Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back. We got a bit of a new setup, by the way, today. I'm sure you can tell with the camera angle. Uh, Hello, Rhaenys Targaryen. Love the name, by the way. Yeah, I get why you're scared. I can really relate. I'm scared too, for a lot of people that I know. Lennon, I wish everyone the best too, and we definitely should be trying to work together as much as we can to protect as many people as we can. I mean, like it's gonna get bad, but at the moment it hasn't already gotten there. So dooming now isn't going to really help anybody. Dooming now is probably the worst time for you to doom. Um, I don't know. So we have a decent amount to cover today, but I have some fun stuff as well as some like actually serious stuff that we got to talk about. But first, I want to know how you guys are doing. So, how are you, Lennon, Rainey's? We kind of already got your opinion. What's going on? Is everybody somewhat prepared? Have you guys taken steps to ensure, I don't know, that you don't run out of medicine in the next couple of months? That if you need documents filled out that and updated, that you've gone and done them, and that you started to work on making some life changes that are important in the future. I've taken some of my own advice. In fact, I'm like today's my first day of it, of course, but I'm quitting vaping for the exact reason that I've asked, all of you. If you are spending money on something like vaping, cigarettes, weed, alcohol, and you don't need it for, like, let's say you have chronic pain and you have a cannabis prescription, like if you just use it to relax and to get through the day and to deal with the despair, to find other ways. And as hard as that is, I want you to know that I'm not just speaking here from a position of well, I don't have to do anything and all of you do. I'm doing it too. I don't even live in the United States right now. We're still going to feel the economic impacts all over the world. It doesn't necessarily matter where you're from for the economic impacts. Oh, hello, Frank. Anyway, to be fair, I am quitting vaping, but I do have a nicotine patch on and I might be a bit cranky today. So, fair warning on that. But let's talk about some funny stuff first. I just saw this tweet right before launching stream. Apparently, this statue just appeared in a park in Philadelphia uh, over the week, and I'm very much a fan of it. So, in honor of a lifetime of sexual assault, quote, I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything, grab him by the pussy, you can do anything, quote, President Donald Trump. I mean, if he's gonna get a statue, I'm glad it's at very least a shitty statue. Uh, we gotta take our simple joys, our small pleasures, where we can, because I mean, to be fair, we need to do that more often in life anyway. We focus a lot on the big picture of things, but the joy for life is usually that is genuinely like hysterical. I don't Why is it scary? The fact that he's getting a statue, or the fact that like this is the guy who's now president again, just to clarify. But like genuinely my point is when things are bad, they're really bad, and when things are good, they're rarely as good as they are bad. And so the way that you get through life and find meaning in it isn't to wait for the big good moments, is to grow the smaller good moments like this, just like a little laugh, and grow it into just, I don't know, a feeling that helps you get through the day. You don't need to wait for just from above a gift that lightens your day to come. You can do this yourself. And yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot scarier things than that with him being president. But before we get into any of that, I want to talk about Australia for a moment. And don't worry, it is related. So we have a senator here from Victoria. His name is Senator Babbitt. And this is the kind of shit that he's been doing since Trump won. Quote, tweeting Andrew Tate, N-word, nailed this, 100%. In my house, we say the F slur, retard, the N-word. We're sick of you woke-ass clowns. Cry more, write an article, tweet about me. No one cares what you think. So, quite funny here is that this is an Australian senator, not an American one. And in Australia, we don't have freedom of speech in the same way that Americans do. This is actually illegal. What this senator is currently doing, this entire tweet is genuinely, like, actually illegal. In fact, just looking at the Racial Discrimination Act, Section 18C in Australia. By the way, this is the same law that the Zionist Federation uses to sue both just content creators, protesters, and in some cases also elected officials who criticize Israel. This is the law that they use, but under this law, this is still very, very illegal. Racial Discrimination Act, Section 18C, offensive behavior caused because of race, color, or national or ethnic origin. It is unlawful for a person to do an act otherwise than in private if A, the act is reasonably likely in all circumstances to offend, insult, humiliate, or intimidate another person or group of people, and the act is done because of their race, color, or national or ethnic origin of the other person or some of the people in the group. Whereas it gets even further, some acts unlawful based on complaints to the Australian Human Rights Commission about unlawful acts. However, an unlawful act is not necessarily a criminal offense. Section 26 says that this act does not make an offense to do an act that is unlawful because of this part. For the purposes of this subsection, the act is not taken to be private if it causes words, sounds, images, or writing to be communicated to the public, such as Twitter, is done in a public place, is done in the sight or hearing of people who are in a public place. This is blatantly, objectively a crime that has been committed. And from a tater tot, how typical, legitimately. This is going to continue spreading. I said this prior to the election, that if Donald Trump were to win, this would be a domino effect, that we would see far-right politicians and like organizations all over the world feel much more not afraid. They'd be galvanized to continue to spread this kind of messaging. And now we're seeing senators like this in Australia. Now, I really want this guy to get hit with a lawsuit over this. We have Mary Kostakidis, who is another Australian elected official, and she's being sued with this law by, like, for criticizing Israel, like she had been. I'm not sure if she's still being sued, if that was dropped or not. I haven't quite followed too much into that. I'll look that up in a minute. But this is blatantly unlawful. And beyond that, this guy, Babbitt, that is pretty close with the guy who's our Trump, or, you know, our version, our future Trump, which is Peter Dutton. Now, Babbitt is the leader of the United Australia Party, which is, it's like the Klan Party, you know? It's not Republicans, it's not even Libertarians, it's the racist party. He's trying to be edgy, this ain't 2014 anymore, get this guy impeached. Well, yes, but also this is Australia and he'll get away with it. Maybe not because he's in Victoria, he's Victoria's like MP, so maybe he might actually get hit with something, but if this was coming from like Northern Territory, Western Australia, Queensland even, nothing would happen to this guy. But be aware, like, these are the people that are working with Peter Dutton and the Liberal Party, and these are the people that will gain power in this country if the Liberals win the next election. It's funny, we spent all this time trying to prevent a Trump election, and now that that's over and we failed and Trump is the president, we have to do this again for every other fucking country now. I mean, Germany's gonna fall to the AfD, Canada's gonna fall, Maloney's getting even more Hitlerite in Italy than she had been. France might still fall. It's not looking good for the world, and we cannot just get drowned out by America and not do anything about it. Speaking of doing things about it, though, Australia has introduced a new law. Now, a lot of people are unhappy with this. including a lot of liberals, a lot of leftists even. I'm seeing pushback on this from primarily the left and in some cases also the right. But let's have a look at what this is. So his hairline is farther from the left's chances to do anything. Good one. So hey, excuse me. Not that you guys can hear that because I don't have audio output on when I am on full screen, but I can hear it. Now, what Australia has done is passed a law that has said that if you are under 16, it is now illegal for you to be on social media. Not now, obviously. This is going to be implemented within the next year. I personally think this is an excellent idea. I think this is based, and I understand a lot of the concerns people have, and we'll talk about it. But first, let's understand what this actually means and what it is.
Have just emerged from a special national cabinet meeting discussing the Prime Minister's proposal for a teenage social media ban. Today, Federal Politics reporter Liz Daniels is live for us. Liz, did the Premiers give the green light?
They did, Kate. National Cabinet has just endorsed this world-first plan to ban teenagers under the age of 16 from being able to access social media. The Prime Minister called a snap meeting just days after the federal government agreed to its plan, and now that it has sign-off from premiers and chief ministers, legislation will be introduced to federal parliament in the next sitting fortnight in a bid to get it through before...
Yes, big W. I'm a huge fan of it, and there are possible downsides. Like, for example, the I know that you're kind of making a joke here about them getting hooked on porn when they turn 16, but we do know that this does happen. I mean, look at what happened with North Korea in Ukraine, the North Korean soldiers, rather. There are things that need to be implemented alongside this, and there needs to be systems that are created for something like this. But it is being done correctly in that one thing that I was very worried about was how that they would try and not only implement this, but police it, how to ensure that people actually do follow the law. How do you prevent kids from being on social media? What happens if they are? And instead of criminalizing social media, kids being on, like, if it is illegal for a 14-year-old to be on social media, but if they're on social media, they're not going to get in trouble. Their parents are not going to get in trouble. This makes it closer to like what tobacco legislation is like, in that it is the company's job to prevent these people from going on social media. With North Korea, at least their soldiers are getting enough food. Well, I mean, to be fair, in Australia, we're not starving to death yet either, but our cost of living isn't great. But there is significant upsides to this over the downsides, and I'm getting really upset seeing like leftists, like not even liberals, but actual leftists who cannot see why this is not only something that's necessary at the time being as a band-aid solution while we figure out larger ways to deal with the ever-growing problem of radicalization of young people online, but hey there, how are you doing? For me, having grandparents, uncles, etc. that fought and died in World War II, defending freedom of speech, I'll always strongly defend freedom of speech. However, with the freedom of speech, well, so first of all, Badcast, we're not talking about America. This is in Australia, so we don't have freedom of speech here. Not the same way that you do. We don't have a constitutional, right to freedom of speech. And I understand the argument of free speech for America as well, because I've advocated for things like this in the United States. But what you need to understand here is that we in the United States already do have restrictions on freedom of speech to certain extents. It's not about restricting the speech of people. This law in general, even just banning social media for those that are 16 and under, is not about restricting speech. Restricting speech is an outcome of this that is a side effect. Okay, cool. I didn't know Britain has a guaranteed right to freedom of speech either. I was pretty sure that your system worked pretty closely to the way that Australia does. But regardless of this, the impacts on speech can be limited by policing this through the corporation, not through the consumers, not through the kids that are not meant to be on the sites, but are, not by the parents who allow it or don't realize that their kid is on social media. There are several different ways that we can deal with this situation without ever limiting the speech of people. And going even further than that, I don't necessarily like, I know that a lot of teenagers build community online, especially marginalized communities like queer people, like people who are depressed and have mental health issues. They find community and friends online. And this is a difficult, like, it is bad for them to do this. I understand that. However, when you compare it to the fact that like everyone from 13 to 25 is becoming Adolf Hitler now, I do think that we need something to put, like, at least something to be done temporarily to buy us time to do anything else. They should have all devices checked with the government. All devices operated by minors should be blocked. Well, that's not how they're planning to do it, just because that would be significantly less popular than the way they have worded it now. I agree with this line from Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. I agree with the sentiment. Exactly. And the people who have the responsibility to keep those people safe right now are not doing so. They're abusing the power that they have. And again, the fact that this is being done in a way that regulates corporations rather than people, I am a very big fan of.
For the end of the year, the laws will set the age limit, but also put the onus on big tech companies to ensure compliance. TikTok and Snapchat have already referred to a statement rejecting that plan, arguing that it risks pushing teens into dangerous, unregulated places online. As for Meta, the parent company of Facebook, well, it wants parental approval and age verification to be done at an operating level. So they're talking about on the phone rather than on its apps or platforms. There was also some conjecture, the Prime Minister said, within the meeting this morning about what the age limit should actually be.
Well, to be fair, just to be clear, it's 16. I think it should be 18. I think if you are not like old enough to drink alcohol, you're not old enough to go on social media. Not the way that it is right now. Whereas, like I say that via the Australia drinking age. In America, I would still say 18. If you're not old enough to join the military, then you're not old enough for social media. How about we put it that way? However, 16 is still a decent age. It's workable. I do kind of like the fact that it still gives people like a year or two in high school where they now have access to social media and they can learn how to, like, it would involve, like, let's say when you're 14 and you're 15 and your first 2 years in high school, we would have classes that teach computer literacy. We would have classes that teach safety online. And then when they turn 16 in their junior year, in year 11, then they would become like able to access social media, and they would have had some prior knowledge and some education on the subject before they're exposed to it. Seek power should never be allowed to have it. I agree. Honestly, I'm less worried about teenagers on the platform than the effects of them being on it. Exactly. I think that this is good. I understand that some people will suffer because of this, because of the communities that they build. I understand that kids that live in abusive households often use the internet to find an escape, to find community, to find assistance. And we need to find other ways to make this happen. But for the time being, it is much more harmful than helpful to have kids on social media. I mean, even growing up, when I was a kid, the internet was always a dangerous place, a malicious place, a predatory place. But it has gotten so much worse over the years, so much worse.
Tasmania would have preferred the age of 14, but they didn't want to stand in the way of national uniformity.
This is about protecting people. It is about striking the right balance between those protections and privacy.
Beyond this, right? I know that this is a good idea for very specific reasons. One of which is that the right is acting like liberals over it. Sky News, right? We all know Sky News is basically just Fox News. Expert has shed light on some key concerns about the impact of Labor's proposed ban. Now, we open this article, and by the way, like, this isn't fake. The things that they have to say here are true. It's just, think about Fox News saying something like this, right? Here we go. Quote, I do feel that what the Australian government is attempting to introduce is unprecedented in terms of both the age barrier and the fact that they removed exemptions for parental consent, though it's very concerning how deep and how embedded social media is in the lives of young children. They use it for everything. They use it to learn. They use it to acquire information. Some of them get their news. I'm concerned that that's just going to be taken away. It should be taken away. But beyond this, in this day and age where many of our social connections are in fact online, we learn how to form virtual relationships through social media. It's also where they learn to express themselves. To us adults, when children film a TikTok video, for instance, we might be sneering at them, but for them it could be a means of self-expression. When the right wing starts talking about how this is infringing on the right to self-expression, when they start acting like liberals, then you know that you're on the right path, because this is dangerous to the right wing. They don't like it. And what happens when the right wing doesn't like something? Well, they try and use liberal rhetoric because, you know, us on the left have morals. And when faced with the rhetoric of someone that's on our side, we feel bad. We second guess our opinion and our decision, and we're less likely to follow through with it. This is like, this to me is just a stamp of approval. I barely even think that those below 21 should be allowed on those platforms. I agree, even. Like I said, if you're not old enough to join the military or drink alcohol, I really don't even think you should be allowed on social media. Not to say you can't have internet access. I mean, there's one exemption that I would add into this law that doesn't exist, in that I would allow YouTube, but with the comments disabled. Maybe, I know there's still a lot of like horrible content on YouTube, but the comments do make a big difference in getting people to pay attention and shaping how they think. Whereas most people just click on a YouTube video based on vibe, you know? But even then, I still do think that for now, full cutoff. Right now, YouTube Kids is the only thing they get. They can't make 14-year-olds hate brown people. Of course, they'd be against it. Well, kind of. The thing is, in Australia, they kind of already do. We just don't want to make it worse. It's just kind of like background here. We're still in like the 1990s era of American racism, where we dog whistle and it's coded, but everyone knows that it's there. I'd like it to not become everyone is Adolf Hitler here as well. I don't trust any mainstream media they brought by the... Well, yeah, you shouldn't trust any mainstream media at all. None of them. Not a single one of them. You shouldn't trust any media, by the way. You shouldn't even trust me. If I'm making a claim, you should go read up on it. You should go look at the links that I'm showing on screen and learn for yourself. Don't trust the media. Don't trust any media. Again, example of why you should not even trust Twitch streamers. During the election, you could, there's a chart somewhere, Hassan posted it on his Twitter, of the top 10 streamers that were streaming election night. And Hassan was the only one on that list that is not essentially like full-blown Heil Trump. So, and like when I say Heil Trump, I mean like they're Hitlerite Trump supporters, not just like conservative ones. So don't trust any media. Think for yourself. Now, here's the main part of this that a lot of people have an issue with, specifically the right. It's really minor. It's really a full-on nothing burger, and still they're quite annoyed by it. What's a gold dragon? I just saw one pop up on my screen. I have no idea what that is.
Of course, if you're testing to see if
Hey, why are you so quiet? So this is about the implementation.
Of course, if you're testing to see if someone's 13 or 14 or 15 or 16, you're also testing to see, by definition, if they're 16 plus. So if there's going to be age verification, everybody is going to have to go through an age verification process.
Yes, but like, again, so age verification as in you have to send in a photo ID to show that you are old enough to be able to join social media, whether it's a driver's license, whether it's just like a state ID. I'm sure that there are methods of being able to prove that you are of legal age to be on social media, even if you don't have an ID. A lot of Australians don't have an ID. You don't need your driver's license on you when you drive in Australia, for example.
16 plus. So if there's going to be age verification, everybody is going to have to go through an age verification process, won't they?
Yes.
So this isn't just about the privacy or collecting data about kids. This is literally everybody accessing social
It's not collecting data, though. Because if you listen to the way that if you read the law, first of all, which a lot of people don't want to do because, you know, legalese boring. But if you, even just listen to the Prime Minister announcing the law, in his speech, it is explained as there are being protections implemented for data monitoring and data harvesting, especially for younger people, but in general, so also based, this idea of they're collecting your data to verify your age, when a part of this entire law is to limit the amount of data that these companies are allowed to collect, is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's how it has to work, isn't it?
Yes, and
Senator Shoebridge, you just used the term age verification. You may not have been in the room when we had a discussion about the distinction between age verification and age assurance. This is an age assurance trial.
Whereas, age assurance would be defined as not just verifying that you say that, not verification is just saying, hey, look, I'm older. Assurance is that they check again, is that they continue to check that there isn't minors on social media regularly. And by doing so, it's when you make an account, or when you, let's say, I guess they will be doing this through the internet service providers, you verify, and then you assure, as in there is nobody else in the household that is, you know, under this age. You have to you have to give them the data so that they know what they're looking at. Not to say that a parent can't give their kid their phone and say, here, scroll on TikTok for 5 minutes. Drinking is illegal if you're underage in America, but lots of parents give their kid a glass of wine. That shit's fine. And it would be the same way in this. By the way, I disagree with your opinion on children working sentient youth slave, but you're going to get what you want anyway. We're going to go over that later when we talk about the education policy in the United States. Emu and kangaroo is the state Senate symbol. Well, let's see. I know that they are both on the coat of arms. I just don't know if the Senate symbol is the same as the coat of arms. It is, yes. So that is true.
If you're going to have...
Wait, so the national seal and the coat of arms for the Senate are not the same? Well, teenagers I can understand, but still, I'd rather them be in school. However, in Australia, for example, when you're 16, you're allowed to start getting a job. And we have different pay levels, whereas when you start working at 16, you get paid less for the same job that someone who's 21 would get paid for that job. And it rises every year as you grow into an adult and hit the final cap, which I think is actually 18 or 19. And then you get the full rate of payment, which I think is silly. And I don't know, they're going to do something about that in America, sentient youth slave. I just don't think that it's going to stop at 16. And why are they all white? Get some DEI in there. We don't do DEI in Australia. We did an entire election for one singular DEI. The entire The Voice vote was get one guy, one Aboriginal, Indigenous person into government whose job it is to go talk to all the other Aboriginal Indigenous communities, get their opinions, and then relay them to the government. Singularly the smallest possible form of DEI, and we couldn't get that done, so.
Assurance for kids 13, 14, 15 or 16, testing, if they're that age, you're testing everyone's age, and you're doing it at that level of age assurance. And that has privacy and data protection implications for literally everybody.
Again, this is ridiculous. Of course there's privacy and data implications, but your privacy is already gone and your data is being sold. So the fact that trying to stop that from happening or limit how much data these companies are allowed to collect and sell by saying that it is a security risk to your privacy and data to have your age verified before you access social media? No, fuck off. So this is going to get implemented in the next year.
Social media, the federal government's decision to ban kids.
There's actually a bit in here where we hear, I think Anthony Albanese. No, well, I do have the full announcement from Anthony Albanese, but I just didn't get the first half of this.
The 16 from using any of those platforms could come in a lot sooner than many think. In fact, it could be implemented within the next 12 months. For more Weekend today's talkers, we've got Shane McGuinness alongside me here at Flemington and Lizzie Pearl back in the studio. Shane, welcome to you. Good to see you. I want to bring you in because you got a child. You got a boy. What, he's 4, so not old enough to use social.
Hey, look, some 4-year-olds are growing up with an iPad in their hand, so that's not out of the question. Regardless of like whether you as a parent would want your kid on that app, kids are smart. I don't care how much like protection or passwords that you put on or parental locks that you put on, your kids are going to find a way through. And that's one of like the main things that I want to add to this is that kids are going to find a way to get online. This is not just like, this has not fixed the issue. This will not be just like a one-off. There will consistently be people getting through the filters, but it is up to the companies to prevent it in this case, and they're going to get fined if they fail to do so. And I very much like that way of enforcement. It is your job to not allow children on this, not the kid's job to not go on it, not the parent's job either. I hope I word this right when I say it comes to employment. I don't think gender, skin color, etc. should ever be a requisite. I'm old school and believe the most qualified people should get their job done, and etc. Like, okay, bad guess. Even the people who are for DEI agree with you on that. Like, I'm not joking right now. I'm not exaggerating. DEI isn't about giving people who don't, no, you don't need to apologize. I pretty much understood what you're saying. The idea here isn't giving the job to somebody who doesn't deserve it. It is, like, let's say if you go to a job interview, right? You're usually not the only person applying for this job. And let's say a job has 5 slots open for employment and there are 10 people applying. 8 of them are white, 2 of them are black. 4 of the white people get hired because they objectively are in this hypothetical instance, the most possibly like qualified people out of the entire group of 10. They all deserve that job. And then we get to the last person who gets a job. And there are a few on the list. They're all pretty much the equal level. They're all equally qualified. They all have equal experience. They all know what they're doing. But who's left? Well, there's a few white people and then there's 2 black people. DEI would be saying, well, pick one of the black people because they're also equally as qualified as everyone else that is in line for this job, because we just hired 4 white people. And we like it is a way of combating institutional racism, because right now under this system, a lot of companies will just hire the 5 white people and be done with it. They'll even if the black person is more qualified in certain instances, they don't get the job because they're black. A lot of people with ethnic sounding names don't even get called in for job interviews because of their names. And so it's not about giving people a job if they don't deserve it. It's about institutional racism as a concept being combated. And you have to be able to separate institutional racism from interpersonal racism. Like what we see online, what we saw of the Senator Babbitt, like this stuff right here. This is interpersonal racism. It is one-to-one. It is a person to another person being racist. Whereas institutional racism is racism that we don't think about. It's just how the system works. It was designed prior to the civil rights movement. It was designed with primarily keeping the people that were already in power. And that's the greater issue that DEI likes to try and solve. I just dislike the U.S. perception that teens are only good for menial services at a restaurant. It's stupid. Well, yes, that is incredibly stupid, sentient Jew slave, and that's because the main mindset around children in America seems to be that parents feel like they own their children, like the children are lesser than them, that they're not people. They're not people in the same way that an adult is. It is the same way that a lot of these right-wingers look at women, for example. It all comes down to power and ownership over certain groups. Also, having diversity reduces people developing racist attitudes. Also very, very true, Lennon. There is absolutely benefits to it. It's just how it's done. By the way, we weren't doing it wrong in America either. It's just, you know, the right wing was screeching about it and saying we were doing it wrong, and reality doesn't matter. We don't need facts. I agree. Maybe one day. Why are we not loading? What is up with my internet?
Just yet, but it must be a concern as a parent. What do you think about this?
It's a legit concern, and I think it's great to see something is actually being done to try and help that next generation coming through. But I think we're going to be naive if we think that this government intervention is going to solve everything. At the end of the day, kids, teenagers, developers, they're all very savvy. They will find a way around it. And I think that is where schools and parents still need to come to the fore, still be educating teens, still talking to teens about what they're getting, because they're still going to get
exactly.
text
So
messages.
all of this is true. It's not just ban it. There are steps you take alongside that to mitigate the downsides, mitigate the concerns, mitigate the actual added risks, because this does add risk. Well, yeah, life is, for the average American, is declining in quality. Did I say the opposite? I may have misspoken. The problem with DEI is that it can form its own institutional bias against white men easily. See, that's the thing, is we haven't actually seen any evidence of this. Like, I understand that most of the people that claim that are talking about, like, the business sector, for example. But again, it is combating institutional racism, not it's not a bias against white men. White men do still get the majority of those jobs. I disagree with the perception that that is how it's done. Not that it matters anymore, because it's all done in America now, like that's all gone. But in somewhere, like especially in Australia, I would not see that as the way that, I don't see that as even a possibility of institutional bias being formed to specifically bias against white people in a country that is primarily ruled by white people. Even in America, like, you know, exactly. I don't see that as a possibility, and I don't believe that that was the case anyway. But
Still going to get WhatsApp messages. They'll be sharing photos and videos. It's still perilous out there.
Lizzie, the kids are surely still going to be slipping through the cracks when it comes to this ban, though. What's your take on the issue?
Yeah, Clint, we know if there's a loophole, teenagers are absolutely going to find it, aren't they? But this is a great step. The government needs to do something. You can't just sit there and go, oh, this is all too hard, let's not do anything. I still think it's up to these social media platforms, these mega multi-billionaires, to make their platform.
I mean, if you really want, if you want a great man's teachings, who was a very special person and a real talent for what they're saying, I highly recommend reading Das Kapital.
Safer, and yes, for teenagers, but also for the rest of us. I mean, there's violent content on there, there's sexually explicit content on there. I mean, it's harder to crack down on the bullying and the mean stuff that goes on.
Do this for everybody. We need to regulate social media companies significantly. It's just, by the way, we are going to, now that, you know, the Trump administration is going to take power, they're going to regulate social media companies. They're just not going to make this better, is all. And also, yes, I hate having idols.
Responsibility really comes down to the people who run these platforms, not to just let them continue to become a cesspit, which is what most of the time they can be.
It can and often is a cesspit, isn't it? Good words, Lizzie.
Children under 16 will be banned from using social media
platforms. That's because women are more often to go into like education to be a teacher. More women often want to be a teacher, and in fact, there is a demand for male teachers. They're begging for more male teachers, both here and in America. It's not, there's no bias against white male teachers. There's a lack of white male teachers because white men don't often go and get a degree in education because being a teacher is shit pay. And they're a white man and generally are seeking a higher pay. There's plenty of white male teachers. I mean, most of the ones most of the teachers in my school growing up was about a 50-50 split between white male teachers and then women broadly. I don't think that there is an institutional like system that is trying to prevent male teachers. Yeah, but that's not DEI, sentient Jew slave. That's a problem culturally and socially in that men don't want to be teachers. It's not, people don't have a bias against men being teachers. Again, most schools, and if you ask most educators, they'll say that we need more male teachers. They don't want like less. So it's not a bias against them, not through the education system rather, but it's a bias against male teachers because male teachers just don't want to, like, they don't want to have that job. Men don't go into teaching. And yes, this does produce a bias against male students. Male students often do feel left out because there's no male teachers. However, another reason that male students are often biased against and feel left out is because they're Adolf Hitler these days, because of the content that they watch, because of the things that they say. Remember last week we covered Nick Fuentes saying your body, my choice. You know what happened after that? Schools all across the country, elementary schools, fourth graders onward, all the way to high school, kids running around screaming your body, my choice at women. Rape threats. Children are doing this. Calling people the N-word, calling people the F-slur. It is not, and by the way, for the most part of this is boys doing it. And so if like male students, if boys in school feel discriminated against and biased against, I don't think it's because of the lack of male teachers. It's because of their behavior. Do I know PPG? No, I don't, Captain. But I do agree that we do need more male teachers on that concept alone. I do agree.
Laws from the federal government.
Now, we get this is going to be implemented within a year.
To breaking news now,
social
state and
media,
territory
the federal
leaders have
government's
just
decision to
emerged
ban
from a
kids.
special national cabinet meeting discussing the Prime
a decent amount of support here. It's actually surprising because it's not, so the Labour Party has put this forward, and even some of the Liberals are on board with this bill. They should be required to take a shower every day. That'll fix the loneliness crisis. It'll definitely help. Could their behavior not be connected to a lack of good male role model? It is exactly related to that fact. The issue is like all of their role models are online and they're not good. That's the point. Part of this is a lack of good male role models for young boys. That's a huge part of the reason. It's probably, honestly, the primary reason, because they get their rhetoric from watching people like Aiden Ross, watching people like Andrew Tate, watching people like Donald Trump talking. It is entirely from this. If we had, let's say, Bernie Sanders as president and then more people like Bernie Sanders talking, for example, just talking and spreading rhetoric from a leftist perspective, then those kids do often adopt those roles. We need leftist role models. Hassan and Bosch are good, but it's not cutting it. Exactly. We need people like that. I mean, I'm trying, but I'm not big enough to be a role model. Captain, if you have a Bernie question, just hang tight for that for a second, because after we're done with this like social media ban in Australia, we're going to move on to Bernie anyway. But dealing with Xi and Putin, Bernie would have continued to supply Ukraine, and I'm not sure how he would have dealt with China, but I assume a bit more rationally in that reopen trade negotiations and try and demilitarize the rhetoric and bring it down. But we're going to listen to Bernie Sanders speak in a minute anyway, because I have to go on a rant about how much I fucking hate the Democrats.
Minister's proposal for a teenage social media ban. Today, federal politics reporter Liz Daniels is live for us. Liz, did the premiers give the green light?
They did, Kate. National Cabinet has just endorsed this world-first plan to ban teenagers under the age of 16 from being able to access social media. The Prime Minister called a snap meeting just days after the federal government agreed to its plan, and now that it has sign-off from premiers and chief ministers, legislation will...
So that's surprising, the fact that there was this coalesced agreement on the subject. But again, why do I know that this is a good idea, even though there are downsides to this? How do I know? Well, this is John Ruddick, who, by the way, is from the Libertarian Party of Australia. That tells you pretty much enough just off the bat. Not obviously the good kind of libertarian, but the right-wing kind. So here's why it's bad, according to this guy. When the state wants to expand their monitoring power over citizens, it starts off as protecting children, stopping terrorists, but once the state has the IT apparatus to approve or disapprove certain groups not being allowed online, they'll find a crisis to expand it to other groups. I do agree with this. This is a possibility in somewhere like the United States. However, we're not a fascist government right now in Australia, and this isn't about, there's no monitoring going on here. It's an age verification system. It's not monitoring what you're doing online. But I have spoken before about how much I dislike some of the laws that Australia has around online interaction, and even their disinformation law is incredibly flawed. We've covered this before, and I'll talk more about it in the future. But this right here does not apply to this law in the slightest. Parents typically live hectic lives. If they're told by the government, don't worry, we'll make sure your kids are fine, not an insignificant number of parents will say, okay, cool, I've got a million other things to do. That's not what the government said. In fact, we just watched it. They're saying kids will manage to get around this. You still have to spend time educating your children. The schools do also need to spend time in making sure that, there isn't this stuff going on behind the scenes. No one has said, oh yeah, this will fix everything, you can ignore it. Online obviously is the potential to harm kids. The threat is significant enough for parents, sure. If you entrust this duty to a busybody bureaucracy, then your kids will get around the government block in 2 weeks and expose themselves to potential harm. This is ridiculous considering they're exposed to potential harm now, and there's no block. So, I mean, 2 weeks of no harm is still better than harm from now onward. But also this busybody bureaucracy language is just literally, it's like Republicans. It's don't trust your institutions. They're lying to you. Everyone is the devil, and the Fuhrer is the only one who can save you. This is what this is. The whole thing is going to cost even ever more money in public servants, etc. They'll get a media narrative saying the agency is understaffed. What fucking agency? What money do you need? All this does is regulate the businesses, and there is no public servants whose job it is to constantly be monitoring what's going online. There's probably a few people whose job it is to ensure that the tech companies and the social media companies are implementing the rules and that the rules are working. But no, that's also incredibly stupid. Worst part is our schools, public, Catholic, private, whatever, are teaching a hard left curriculum. Some bright youngsters will want to do their own research and double check what they're fed. The left want kids to not develop critical thinking. This is how I know this is the correct course of action. Because when they start saying shit like this, they're scared. This is hitting them where it hurts, and I like to hit the Nazis where it hurts. Why care? The Democrats as an institution is over, and they'll never... I care because of how this happened, comrade. Not that there's anything we can do about it now, but the way that it went down and what actually happened is fucking ridiculous, and you should never forgive these people for it. The Democrats are not dead, by the way. I don't trust them. They haven't learned their lesson, but we'll get into that when we get into that. I just want to, actually, we already covered this one, so we're good on the social media ban. But does everyone understand what I'm saying here? In that, yes, young people do need access to some resources like, let's say, Wikipedia. That's not banned under this. There is the risk of young people not being able to engage in community online the way that they do now, which is difficult, but we can find other ways of encouraging community. Have your, local libraries start having community events and stuff like that. There is ways to do harm reduction while also doing this, which is just greater harm reduction. No, I think that's stupid for profit media. Competition to regulate companies never ever has worked ever. Look at history. When you make regulation a thing that corporations have to do themselves based on competition, all that ends up doing is deregulating the industry even more and making it infinitely worse. Go look at what the food industry was like in the 20s, the 30s. No. Competition is not the way to fix this. Odd thought, I have yet to see a serious discussion on what public indecency should be considered. What if we made cell phones publicly indecent? Well, that's because the conversation of public indecency is entirely like subjective, and it's different to everybody, and you can't have a public decency law that really I don't know. I'm not sure you can have a public decency law aside from some of like the basic things that we already have of like, you know, you can't walk around in public with your wang out spinning in a circle like you're listening to what's that website from, like, how many of you are my age? Like 30 years old. If you are, you know the joke. If you don't, doesn't matter. It's a difficult conversation there. And by the way, Backaz, schools do teach facts. They don't push political or social agendas. However, they will now, just based on what Trump has said about his own education department plans. I was actually going to get into the Bernie stuff first, but I do want to touch on that while we're still talking about children. So let me pull this up. Yeah, like a helicopter. That's, you know what I mean. Now, here we go. These, by the way, are not new. These were posted prior to the election. They're just being like reposted and spread around now. I'm advocating that there should be a license to run a social media company. As part of those companies must check other companies. Yeah, no, I agree. I understand that I don't agree. I do understand what you mean. I don't think using the free market and competition to regulate companies is ever going to work. I mean, I don't believe in a free market for profit media. So like, I'm never going to agree with that to begin with, but let's move on to education for a second, because no, in any scenario, I'm a socialist. I don't believe in a free market. Hold that thought. This is insanity. I mean, again, we knew all of this, by the way, prior to the election. I told you all of this, and a lot of people didn't believe me, but here now it's announced.
Here are 10 key ideas that will power our movement for great schools. First, we will respect the right of parents to control the education of their children. Second, we will empower parents and local school board to hire and reward great principals and teachers.
I just want to add in, I'm going to be pausing this throughout to add in points to each point here. The first point, obviously, is parental control. Like we talked about, a lot of his voting base are people who think of their children as property. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. Secondly, though, I'm not sure if you have picked up on that languaging there.
Parents to control the education of their children. Second, we will empower parents and local school board to hire and reward great principals and teachers.
Parents and school boards to hire great principals and teachers. Now, I'm not sure what this is, what this means. It could just be how it's worded, but it does suggest that there is an idea of you have to pay more for your education, even if you don't go to private school anymore. What are you talking about, Lennon? I'm confused. And how do you explain that you can have free a Twitch account and we can all have them, but we can't? Well, if you're under 16, then yeah, you can't come on here. We're adults. I'm sorry. And also, if I was under 16, I also shouldn't have been allowed on the internet. It doesn't matter. And also, you don't need a free market with ads. To be fair, I would much rather, in a system in which our like wages make sense and our income makes sense, ad-based like entertainment, fuck that. I think you should pay for Twitch like a subscription and be done with it. I pay for YouTube Premium. You should just pay for subscriptions, and that's the only way you access them. This ad-based market economy is just, you're the product. They're not selling you anything. Your information is being collected and sold. That's how ads work. That's how the system works, and I don't like it. It's not a free market thing. That's not true. For-profit media, come on. We've talked about the profit incentive not being the way that people will create. People create because they want to. You're incredibly wrong. Now, can we move on to the actual, like, important topic of world-ending shit right now? Because we're not changing anything. We're not making any more change in America, not for the next 4 years at least. I'm sorry, guys. All we can do is protect the people in danger. So, good luck. But, again, education policy.
We will
I
empower
want a muffin
parents
too.
and local school board to hire and reward great principals and teachers, and also
What does rewarding the principals and teachers mean, and why are parents hiring them as well?
fire the poor ones, the one whose performance is unsatisfactory. They will be fired.
Based on what metrics?
Like on The Apprentice, you're fired. Third, satisfaction. And also to fire the poor ones, the one whose performance is unsatisfactory. They will be fired. Like on The Apprentice, you're fired.
Are you, like, kidding me? Like, the fact that he has to add that in there is ridiculous. Now,
third, we will ensure our classrooms are focused not on political indoctrination, but on teaching the knowledge and skills needed to succeed.
right? Okay, so step 3, we're not going to do political indoctrination in school. What's step 4?
Reading, writing, math, science, arithmetic, and other truly useful subjects.
You know, things
Fourth,
we
we
already-
will teach students to love their country, not to hate their country.
Step 3, we will not be teaching political indoctrination in school. We'll teach them math, science, arithmetic. Step 4, we're going to teach political indoctrination in schools. It's insane. And yeah, no, Trump could absolutely say the hard R N-word and nothing would come of it. He probably will. Again, like I showed you earlier, an Australian senator saying the hard R N-word, where it's actually illegal for him to do so here. No one cares. I strongly believe that kids under 16 should be supervised on the internet. I think they should be supervised on the internet, and I don't think they should be allowed on social media.
Like they're taught right now. Fifth, we will support bringing back prayer to our schools. Sixth, we will achieve schools that are safe, secure, and drug-free, with immediate expulsion for any student who harms a teacher or another student.
So just to add in here, by the way.
Sixth, we will achieve schools that are safe, secure, and drug-free.
This is a line based on school shootings that, our schools will be safe. They're going to put, like, people with guns in every school building.
With immediate expulsion for any student who harms a teacher or another student. Seventh,
and that part of it will be used to remove kids that are in school, that are causing issues, that are those that need extra help, that are those that struggle to learn, autistic people who might have difficulty with emotional regulation. This is now an open door to be able to remove all of them from school.
We will give all parents the right to choose another school for their children if they want. It's called school choice.
Which, by the way, we've talked about before, and is the way that they're taking money out of public schools and applying them to private schools. Is their solution to guns in school putting more guns in school? Yes.
Eighth, we will ensure students have access to project-based learning experiences inside the classroom to help train them for meaningful work outside the classroom.
Project-based learning experiences inside the classroom to prepare themselves for jobs outside the classroom, as in they're going to be doing labor. They're going to make them work, and they're not going to pay them for it in an attempt to teach them how to work later on.
Them for meaningful work outside the classroom. Ninth, we will strive to give all students access to internships and work experiences.
As in, we're going to have the students doing labor and we're not going to pay them. Again, in fact, so important here that they said it twice.
That can set them on a path to their first job. They're going to be very, very successful. I want them to be more successful than Trump. Let them go out and be more successful. I will be the happiest person in the world. But we want our children to have a great life.
Yeah, so essentially, your kids are going to work labor in school. They're probably going to be like, I don't know, sewing shirts or something in a class to teach them job experience. And they're not going to be getting paid because, these are project-based learning experiences and internships, while they also politically indoctrinate your kids. this is just literally like grooming. This entire policy is how we groom children into Nazis. For pay them or take the money that they would earn when they graduate and give them the money that they earned for a scholarship to college. Well, maybe under like a system that even remotely gave a shit even about the like people that it does care about. No, of course not.
Life and be successful. And 10th, we will ensure that all schools provide excellent jobs and career counseling so that high school and college students can get a head start on jobs and careers best suited to their
As you can see, a lot of the education policy is focused on get kids out of school and get them into a job. By the way, it's also made it mandatory for there to be military like sign-up locations in public schools, because some schools were able to like, hey, we don't want like the U.S. Army standing here with their table trying to get our kids to join the Army, and now that is also an addition here. So the main parts of the policy is really just cut education and make people work.
Given talents, this is how we will ensure a great education
I know they
for
will.
every American child. And one other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C.
Yep, no more
and
Department of
sending
Education.
all education and education work and needs back to the states. We want them to run the education of our children.
Well, if you live in Oklahoma, I'm sorry that you will never get an education again. If you live in California or New York, you're probably all right here. To some extent, because, you know, they're still going to force you to learn religion and political indoctrination, but, oh, fuck, like, that's bad. That's really bad. Sending education entirely to the states, no Department of Education, no oversight, no regulation, nothing. They can teach you whatever the hell they want now.
They'll do a much better job of it. You can't do worse. We spend more money per pupil by 3 times than any other nation. And yet we're absolutely at...
That number is misleading, by the way. We do spend more per pupil than most developed nations. However, that number is specifically when talking about the system that we have in place, which is like horribly mismanaged. And we don't need to be paying this much for like per student. It's because of how the Republicans have fucked education for about a decade that we pay this much now. This is against our values as a nation. What about separation of church and state? That's gone. I'm sorry. They're not pro-Constitution. We don't have that anymore. Not yet. I mean, they haven't gotten rid of the Constitution yet, but that is something that even Trump has said he wants to do. That's probably the only thing that they can't just do. That might be a little difficult for them, but they're definitely willing to ignore it in its entirety.
At the bottom, we're one of the worst. So you can't do worse. We're going to end education coming out of Washington, D.C.
I promise we can do worse. Here's part 2. That's also true.
And one other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states. We want them to run the education of our children because they'll do a much better job of it. You can't do worse. We spend more money.
Is this not just part 2?
And yet we're absolutely at the bottom. We're one of the worst. So you can't do worse. We're going to end education coming out of Washington, D.C. We're going to close it up. All those buildings all over the place, and you have people that in many cases hate our children. We're going to send it all back to the states.
So, yeah, have fun with that. If you are a parent, I'm very sorry. That's going to suck for you. If you are a teenager, that also really sucks for you. I'm sorry, guys. At this point, I have nothing more to say than just informing you of, what's going to happen. Now, I do want to, I want to talk about some Democrats. Impossible to teach a child who has no motivation to learn. Well, Martin Esper, that is also a social and cultural issue. Giving people the motivation to learn is part of the job of a teacher, but it's also the part of society and the family. And if everyone is like spending time online and they don't feel like anything's important, and we have reduced the importance of like actual information, and no one cares about facts or data anymore, then of course kids aren't going to want to learn anymore, which is why they're going to just make kids get a job anyway. They're not talking about teaching you, they're talking about sending your kids to work. We ain't going to college with this one. No, we're definitely not. Now, just before we move on to Democrats, I just want to throw in some more lighthearted stuff in here, just to get myself not insane. This man is what
Okay,
you
so
would,
what exactly are
hey,
you looking for in a man?
Oh my God,
please
it's so hard.
be quiet. This right here is what we would refer to as a redneck historically. Like a redneck back in the old days didn't mean a hick or a hillbilly or an idiot. It meant a union laborer, a Southern guy with leftist values. And this is the most redneck I've ever seen. And I very much appreciate this.
Now granted, we still have a few months before the Fanta-Fascist takes office, but let me be the first to welcome all you motherfuckers who voted for the melon felon to real poverty. See, y'all should have listened when the elongated muskrat said shit was gonna get real hard on the middle class, cause you are fixing to find out that those of us who have been here before are gonna do just fine.
Elongated muskrat is probably the best thing I've ever heard Elon Musk get called.
Not so fucking much. All you pavement princesses that have spent the last 8 years in your $100,000 pickup trucks riding around in Payless Putin's pocket, oh, y'all fixing to find out just how much it sucks to work 16 straight after 3 square meals of sleep. And to their women, who have most likely sat on their asses their entire adult lives while they sent their men off to secure their funds, oh, bless your heart, sweetie. You finna find out just exactly how much a human can struggle. Now, the rest of y'all already know how this goes. Keep those motherfucking boot soles out of your motherfucking cake holes, and remember that the golden rule will always go, yeehaw, fuck the law, and I will see y'all down the line.
Oh, it's so wholesome. Yeehaw, fuck the law is incredibly funny just on its own. But that, like, first of all, the guy is correct. A lot of these people voted for Donald Trump thinking that it would help them financially. And a lot of them are going to find out that it is not going to help them financially very, very, very soon. However, let's move on to why. Why did people vote for Donald Trump? I mean, we talked about this. I did a whole stream on the subject. But I want to see what Bernie Sanders has to say and what some of the establishment Democrats have to say about it as well. Just steal from Walmart. That's what Bernie Sanders says, of course. Now, we got a couple videos of Sanders. This is on NBC. This man is correct all the time. It's such a shame.
Well, as you know, your statement was met with some sharp reaction as well. This is what Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi had to say. Take a look. I'll get your reaction on the other side.
Bernie Sanders has not won. Let me, with all due respect, and I have a great deal of respect for him, for what he stands for.
Bernie Sanders has not won. First of all, okay, Nancy Pelosi, I understand that you need to try and, like, discredit the person, like, even if you two are friendly, that you are disagreeing with, but Bernie Sanders has not won. Motherfuckers, you people are the reason he didn't get to run. You're the ones that cheated him out of the primary. You admitted it, not you personally, but your party. So you don't come here and tell me that he didn't win when the 2020 Dem primary donation map looked like this. Tell me that fucking Bernie Sanders didn't win anything. Bernie Sanders could have won this year, if this loads, of course. Yeah, Bernie Sanders didn't win. He doesn't know what the American people want, right? Mm-hmm. Sure.
The Democratic Party has abandoned the working class families.
Senator, how do you respond to Nancy Pelosi?
Well, Nancy's a friend of mine, and we've worked together on many issues. But here is the reality. I have to say to Nancy, in the Senate in the last 2 years, we have not even brought forth legislation to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, despite the fact that some 20 million people in this country are working for less than $15 an hour.
True. Also Lenin, also true, and Merton Esper, also very true. See, here's the thing, right? One of the things that really pisses me off about Democrats, and that Bernie Sanders here is entirely correct about, is we haven't tried to do anything. What's the, like obviously we have done things that, like, as the Democrat Party has done things that were good for the middle class, good for the economy, and good for the average person in America. However, they didn't talk about them at all, and so most people don't know about them. However, when's the last time the Democrats put forward a bill that was not particularly likely to succeed, but was very popular anyway? When's the last time we tried and failed? Because the point of Congress isn't to just only put forward laws that you think can pass. Look at what the Republicans do. They try and pass like 50 billion different bills every day, half of which are just utter bullshit and most get ignored. But they try, they stand there and they talk about it and they ask other people to vote for it. Why don't we do this? Well, like, from the last 4 years, there's a couple instances of when there was a push for a policy from the Democrat side, but a very little amount. Like, I can barely even remember exactly what these were on. We need to, try harder. And part of that is going out there, being visible when you're trying, and then failing anyway. It doesn't matter if we don't pass the bill, try and pass it. The American people will see that you're actually doing something, that you give a shit.
In America today, we have not brought, in the Senate, we have not brought to the floor the PRO Act to make it easier for workers to join unions. We're not talking about defined benefit pension plans so that our elderly can retire with security. We're not talking about lifting the cap on Social Security so that we can...
Every single one of these could have been proposed. If none of them happened, it wouldn't matter. We would still look better as Democrats. People would have a higher opinion of the Democrat Party. Even if one of them passed, that would be a massive win. Why are we not trying? And why are you people arguing Marxism when we're talking about, like, some entirely different shit?
Can extend the solvency of Social Security and raise benefits. Bottom line, if you're an average working person out there, do you really think that the Democratic Party is going to the mats, taking on powerful special interests and fighting for you? I think the overwhelming answer is no.
No,
and
not even a little.
It's got to change.
Thanks for watching.
And that is entirely correct. Bernie is the last guy in government who isn't a ghoul or a sellout. Yes, this is true. And you know what's even fucking worse? When I say that Bernie could have beat Trump even this year, look at the Republicans replying to this clip. I like the consistency of Bernie Sanders, saying exactly the same thing for decades. Bernie must be so tired of explaining these simple things all the time to people who just don't listen. As a Republican, I always said Bernie stood on business. I always said Bernie stood on his business. He was the Democratic Party's best shot, but rather they shot themselves in the foot. Even they know. Listen to the guy. Obviously, we can never run Bernie again. The guy is ancient. He won't want to run again. But if we ever want to win an election, we have to pay the fuck attention to what this guy has to say. Because, I mean, to be fair, it's not just him. We've all been saying this for years. Much of this I was saying leading up to the election. I was complaining about Biden and Kamala Harris's policies well before, like, even Biden dropped out. And it's because they weren't trying hard enough to make changes. The changes that they made were good. They were helpful. They were beneficial to the American people. But did they advertise that? No. Did they make people feel like there was actual change? Do they make people feel like their lives are any better? No.
I want to start with the scathing.
You not only have to do the thing, but you have to talk about doing the thing.
That you gave after the Democrats lost, Kamala Harris lost.
Bernie isn't aligned with the Democrats. He's not even a Democrat. He's an independent. He's not part of the party. He just votes with them often.
Pretty big. You said the Democrats
abandoned Lenin.
The working class. The chairman of the DNC called it straight up BS.
and said Joe Biden is the most pro-worker president of my lifetime. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she disagreed with you.
Look, again, Biden was a pro-worker president. He was great on labor unions. However, clearly not talking about the things that you do don't actually make people feel like you've done anything to help them.
She added, quote, Bernie Sanders has not won. Do you stand by what you said?
Oh, absolutely. Look, Joe Biden is a friend of
Bernie Sanders has not
I've been
won.
proud to work with him on an agenda which has been very strongly in favor of the working class. Biden promised to be the most progressive president since FDR. In many ways, on domestic issues, I think he kept his word. But here is the reality. The working class of this country is angry, and they have a reason to be angry.
And by the way, this isn't new. We've known that the working class is angry. We're all the working class in here, and we're all angry. However, even if the things that like the Dems did, let's say they brought inflation down, the policies like the child tax credit, all of that stuff was nice, right? But did literally nothing to make me feel happier, did no messaging on the subject. And by the way, most of what they did now is either going to get undone or get, like, Trump is going to take credit for it, such as the infrastructure bill. Trump's going to get credit for that. The Medicare price changes, Trump's going to get credit for that, if we still have Medicare by 2026, that is. The inflation, the economy. Watch, the day that Donald Trump takes office, it's going to be immediate. Like, the economy is the best economy we've ever had. It's been great. Like, you need to spread your message and actually talk about your issues here. And you need to be able to address the fact that people are angry. Kamala Harris, when she was running, was trying to lean away from the anger. You know, it was the campaign of joy, and I understand the usefulness in this, but the ignoring how people feel is not useful. They were going to do an infrastructure bill anyway. Yeah, that's true. I think not allowing Bernie to run is karma for Democrats. Hillary failed against Obama in 2020. Failed against Obama in 2028? What are you talking about? Well, like, that's kind of what we're talking about. Bernie should have been the nominee in 2016, and we would have won. And we would have won in 2020 with Bernie as well. We also would have won this year with Bernie as well, but we can never run him again because he's too old. And the thing is, it's Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, even Obama, they're all the same. What has changed, right? Because Americans have been mad for more than a decade now. Like, most of this stuff isn't new, right? Hold on. Let me show you. Is it this one? Where are you? Where are you? Ah, here we go. This is the world that Republicans have lived in for about a decade. And over time, these ideas, because of social media, have spread to everybody. Most of the country sees the world this way now. And nothing has changed since this time. Look, like, this is from, 2012. This is what Republicans used to think like.
I need your money to kill babies by abortion. You, taxpayer, give me your money to pay for baby killing.
No, I don't believe in abortion.
I don't care. Render to Caesar what is Caesar's. Give me money to kill babies.
These people are insane, by the way.
All right, I'll pay you. Don't hit me anymore.
We all hate Obama. But that's my point, isn't it, Lennon? Is that what has changed since Obama, really? We had the 2008 financial crisis. Obama took office. Things got a little stable. And then nothing has changed since. Have your wages gone up? Is your life any better than it was in 2008 today? Not particularly. Some people, yes. Some people, no. But overall, broadly, how different is America for the average American? Not thinking about, like, the political rhetoric and the extremists and the radicalization, but just on the basis of your daily normal life. You going to work, how much you get paid, you being able to afford food. It wasn't Kamala going full fascist in the last 2 weeks. That's not what happened for Profit Media. that was full liberal. It's liberalism which is the problem. Kamala Harris never once leaned into fascism. She's a liberal. Liberalism is dead now, by the way. We're never going to, like, you will never see a liberal candidate win in America again until we fix a bunch of problems that we have. Yeah, once.
In an economy today, Donna, where the people
and then in her concession speech, pretended like everything would be fine. Called him a fascist, talked about, like, you know, how his generals think that he's Hitler and he's going to use the military against American citizens. And then what? In her concession speech says nothing about it? Well, the twinkly stars and light shines brightest in the dark. Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut the fuck up. Because you've done immeasurable harm just with this speech alone. That, like, first of all, it shows that she didn't even really, like, she was not personally afraid for her safety because she would have talked about it. She was, secondly, just being led around by the fucking Democratic establishment. And thirdly, has now any singular person who doesn't pay attention to politics much that believed her on this and then watched that speech walking away thinking that everything's going to be fine. Immeasurable damage. They're all this way for profit me. They're all this way. Every single one of them.
top are doing phenomenally well, while 60%.
Trump might throw her in prison. Trump might have her executed in real life, not in Minecraft, all right?
Being paycheck to paycheck, 25% of elderly people are trying to get by on $15,000 a year or less. We have the highest.
Do you know how fucking insane trying to live $15,000 a year in the U.S. as an elderly person is?
Of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, and parents all over this country worry that their kids may have a lower standard of living than they do.
Well,
That
they
is
will now.
the economic reality. And what Donald Trump did is provided an explanation. He went around, he said, I know you're angry, and the reason is that zillions of illegal immigrants are coming over, and they're eating your cats and dogs and everything else. That's the reason. Well, obviously, that is not the reason. The reason is, in my view, that we have an unprecedented level of corporate greed today, more income and wealth inequality, and people on top want it all. And we need an agenda that says to the working class, we're going to take on these powerful special interests and create an economy and a government that works for you. And by the way, that can't happen unless you get big money out of politics. We got to get rid of the Citizens United Supreme Court decision.
Do you want to know why Trump won? Oh my God, fuck you. I could see this before. Whatever. It's a chart that shows that essentially every incumbent government that was based in liberalism lost their election this year. Populism is the way to go. He was the best chance that we had. Also, might I add that never mind. We'll get to it when we get to it.
So billionaires do not continue to buy elections.
And I know that you heard President Biden and Vice President Harris tout over and over the record of supporting workers, helping the middle class, some of the things that you were instrumental in helping pass, like lowering the cost of insulin. You saw the president walking a picket line. They forgave student loan debt.
Raise the minimum wage, use rents and inflation caps, break up Walmart, Amazon, then we can go from there. Yep, those are all wonderful ideas for maybe, I don't know, 30 years from now. Yeah, why kids go to college? Because of the inequality, not despite it. If there was no inequality, no one would find any. That's not true. That's just plainly not true. People don't do things people do things because they want to do things. Because they enjoy it. Because they have desires and hopes and dreams and motivations that are outside of just like money and power. My take on why Kamala lost is she spent so long telling people why she shouldn't vote for Trump but not one. Well, that's true. But that's also what Hillary Clinton did, and that's also what Joe Biden did. There's very little what I will do for you because they won't do anything for you. They don't want to change. They want to keep the status quo. So they can only ever run a campaign saying, don't vote for the other guy, not why you should vote for me because I have nothing for you. That's the issue with Democrats.
You said
yes, he does know
that he had a strong record, which you just repeated here. So it sounds like it's not maybe as much about policies and more.
No one gives a shit about policy. It's all vibe. It's all vibe. It's how you say it. Remember, Donald Trump barely had any like policy that people could even look at and like. They had to pretend his policy was fake because it was so unpopular. But he had the vibe, and the vibe won the election. Nobody cares about policy anymore.
And
Doesn't mean don't have good policy. You can do both. Have good policy and do good messaging.
Messaging, Donna, it's a fundamental understanding of saying, look, the Biden administration has done a lot of good things, period. We should all be proud of that. But it has to be put in the broad context of the reality of the American economy today. And that is when you have 3 people on top owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society. When you have millions and millions of people working for starvation.
Well, his vibes were off. And also, he ran a terrible campaign. But yeah, Kamala's were worse. Donald Trump, at the very least, like... people find him funny. Right? Whether, like, even I will laugh at him occasionally. Kamala Harris was doomed from the get-go. Because people didn't know her. She had 100 days. She was associated with an incredibly unpopular president. We'll get to that in a second. Like, it's so much worse than you think. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, like, it's not even Kamala Harris. She did a decent job. She did the best job that she could. It's the entire Democratic establishment that is not only at fault, not even just complicit, but like actively caused this. I blame them more than I blame people voting for Trump at this point.
Wages, you got to speak to that reality. So you could say, look, we're proud of what we have accomplished, but we have so much more to do to create the kind of government and nations that work for all of us and not just the few. That's my critique. It's not that the Biden administration did not do a lot of good things, but it has to be put into an overall context.
It's the context, exactly, the context.
In the last 50 years, if you can believe it, real inflation accounted for weekly wages are lower today than they were 50 years ago. Massive transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. That's not Joe Biden's fault. It's not Trump's fault. That's what's gone on for 50 years. Recognize it. Deal with it.
She never went full Hitler. You're exaggerating. And on top of this, you can disagree with me all you want, but like, you're wrong here. This is what lost her the election. It was that she focused on policy and not vibe. No one cared about vibe. No one cared about policy.
The working class.
No one trusted her on policy. And by the way, the left has not learned its lesson. Sorry, not the left, the Democrats, rather.
You know, it's interesting in this Monday morning quarterbacking that's happening to hear from so many Democrats now who are saying that they think that economic message should have been front and center, but that they felt constrained somehow by this focus on identity politics. Tom Suozzi of
these people are, there's 2 options here. They are either working for the capital class here, knowingly and willingly, saving their ass, covering their ass, making sure that they get to keep their job, or they're fucking stupid. Those are the only possible 2 options.
New York brought that up. Talking about Republicans being able to weaponize anarchy on college campuses, defunding the police, and gender questions and girls' sports.
All of these things Democrats allowed to be part of the conversation. Do you know what people should have, you know what the Democrats should have responded when Republicans started losing their shit about trans people playing in sports? Is nobody cares about this. Move on. There's like 6 trans people that want to play in a sport in school in the entire country. Move on. Just say, why are they focused on this instead of raising your wages? Why are they thinking about like what sports kids are playing and what team they're on rather than, I don't know, fixing the supermarket like prices that you're getting? How about they fix your housing prices, your energy bill? Literally, that's how they could have dealt with it, except they chose not to. They chose not to. And now these fucking morons are like, oh, it's identity politics, which lost them the election, when Kamala Harris did not say the word transgender once throughout her entire campaign. And yet they still think Like, no, they're retarded. They're just genuinely retarded. They're either that or they're working for the capital class, the people who are now in charge of the government. It's one or the other.
I think this, movement.
But no lesson learned.
Woke politics really was incredibly damaging to the left because a large part of that came from the progressive wing on which you are a member.
Literally zero evidence to suggest this, by the way. Zero evidence to suggest this.
Well, I have always said that we need to be emphasizing the economic issues, but I don't think we should run away for standing up for trans rights, for standing up.
Well, you're correct, for profit media. Trump barely kept his voters from last election. It's like he didn't win because people went out in droves to vote Trump. It's because Democrats didn't show up and vote for Kamala Harris. That's why they won. There was a shift towards Trump, but again, that was just because Democrats didn't vote. The shift towards Trump would have been minuscule if the rest of the country came out and voted. The reason that they didn't, though, is because the Democrats don't do anything for them. They have abandoned the working class, as Bernie Sanders said, and the working class abandoned them. But what are they learning from this? They're learning that they have to be less woke, hate trans people, be okay with women's rights taken away, and deporting brown people. That's what the Democrats learned from this.
For equal rights for people, for teaching American history responsibly. You can be true to your values with two things, Margaret. One, if someone disagrees with you, we need to respect that disagreement, not cancel or shame them. Don't shy away from your convictions, but have a reasonable conversation. I did that with Megyn Kelly on a podcast on trans rights.
Free breakfast banana, if they ran with the main platform being a national minimum wage rise, and then had secondary policies that just that alone would have won the election. I'm going to raise all of your wages, and then her tax policy that she already had, which would have lowered taxes on those earning less than $400,000 and raising them on the rich, she would have won. It was that simple. It's about vibe. No one cares about policy. If you go out there and you have the policy of I'm going to raise the minimum wage, you could just respond to everything they throw at you of well, look, they're worried about illegal immigrants, but those illegal immigrants are coming here and they're paying taxes, and I want to give you a higher wage. I want to cut taxes on you, and I want to raise taxes on the wealthy. No one would give a shit about that anymore. It's the fact that the Democrats had nothing for her, for you, so people didn't show up to vote. And Lennon, you're actually you're very, very prescient with that, in fact, because what we found out is that Joe Biden, when he decided to run his second time around, was aware that internal polling said that if he ran, he would lose to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump would have 400 plus electoral votes in that election. And Joe Biden still chose to run, knowing this beforehand. Knowing this. They don't learn. They didn't learn their lesson from Hillary. Kamala spent so much money now. I don't even know how you can get $20 million in debt right now. Yeah, well, exactly. They're going to move right on every policy now. Abortion, right. Queer people, right. Immigrants, right. That's what they learned.
With Megyn Kelly on a podcast on trans rights. I stuck to my position, but we had a reasonable conversation. The second thing is,
Ro Khanna isn't bad. He's one of the better Dems, but
hardships people are facing. I've got $12 trillion in my district in Silicon Valley, while towns like Johnstown were hollowed out, Galesburg, Illinois were hollowed out. We can build new factories. We can build new industry. We can create new economic opportunity. We have a vision of how to do that. President Biden started it. I think we can win over people, even if they may not agree with us on a particular social issue.
We can absolutely win people back if we start talking about things that they give a shit about. Now, this is Chris Murphy. I don't really want to read this entire thread because most of it is just wrong and bullshit, but there is one tweet in here that is really, really important. Where is it? Where is it? Which one of these was it? Oh, whatever, let's just read from the beginning. So, we're out of touch with the crisis of meaning and purpose fueling MAGA. We refuse to pick big fights. Our tent is too small. These are true. The small tent bit is particularly true, as in we don't let anybody in on the left anyway, unless we perfectly agree with them. The left has never grappled with the wreckages 50 years of neoliberalism, which the left legions of Americans adrift as local places are hollowed out, rapacious profit-seeking cannibalization, the common good, and the unchecked new technology that separates and isolates us. Correct as well. The things that mattered are disappearing. We spend half as much time with friends as a generation ago. Hard work no longer guarantees economic mobility. Institutions like churches are delegitimized. Places based on identity evaporate as we all become global citizens. Some of that, like the places based on identity evaporate as we become global citizens. That's a bit of a sus thing to say there, but I do agree with the rest of this right now. But yes, it's neoliberalism, which is the problem here. And yeah, fucking liberals. The left skips past the way people are feeling, alone, impotent, and overwhelmed, and straight into the uninspiring solutions, more roads, bulk drug purchasing that do little to upset the status quo of power. This is true. This is true. It's not just the left, by the way. It's essentially the entire country. We don't think about people feeling alone and impotent and overwhelmed, and we don't try and incentivize people to pay attention and to feel like they actually matter, that they can make a change. Does racism explain part of the attraction to the right's nativism? Of course, but mass deportation is a terrible response to Americans' real sense of hopelessness. Again, this doesn't even need to be like a factor. It's just because Democrats didn't fight back on it. We didn't listen enough. We tell people what's good for them, and when progressives like Bernie aggressively go after, where is it? When progressives like Bernie progressively go after the elites that hold people down, they are shunned as dangerous populists. Why? Because true economic populism is bad for our high-income base. That's why we lost this election. That's why we lost in 2020. That's why we will continue to lose every election until we stop worrying about the high-income base and start actually giving a shit about American people, the average American, the middle class, the poor. Meanwhile, men tumble into different kinds of identity crisis as the patriarchy, society's primary organizing paradigm for centuries, rightly crashes. The right pushes an alluring dial back. The left says, get over it. Again, a refusal. This is not true. The patriarchy is not crashed. The patriarchy is stronger than ever now. This guy is insane. But there is importance in here, in the fact that the liberals might get some of it, but even then, they still don't get it. No reason why anyone should be in poverty working 40 hours a week. No reason why anyone should need to work 40 hours a week to not be in poverty. That's my counter to that. Real economic populism should be our tentpole. Agreed. That's how we can, that's how we do this. It's the only way.
But the disturbing
God, why are some of these so quiet and some of them are loud?
thing about this election isn't new. Right? And that's sort of maybe it's why I'm not taking this as badly as people might think. It's like the problem was we always had 40 or 45% or whatever.
No, for-profit media, you guys are wrong. She wasn't running her campaign. She wasn't running her campaign. We saw what her campaign looked like when she was in charge prior to the DNC. After the DNC, she had no ability to run her campaign. It was the establishment running her campaign. Now, even if the establishment hadn't done anything, she still would have lost. But it wasn't, she didn't run a bad campaign. She ran the best campaign that she possibly could have, given the circumstances of the current country's politics and her ideology of liberalism. She could not have done better, other than to not be a liberal.
The numbers, people who are going to vote for him anyway. They may tell you, oh, it's the price of eggs, but they, if it weren't that, it would be, it would be.
This is also ridiculous.
Some of those. I mean, I think there are legitimate voters. There are voters who are actual swing voters who have been negatively affected by inflation. But let's set that aside. Among the 40
there's about 2 million voters who are swing voters. Not very many. The issue isn't swing voters. The issue isn't trying to attract people from the center or from the right over to the left. It's to get the left to go out and fucking vote. Half of us don't vote. every goddamn election. And every time we don't show up to vote, they win and make the country worse. No, fuck Bill Clinton's agenda, Batcast. Bill Clinton is the one who fucked the Democrats to begin with. Bill Clinton's agenda is what led us to this point in time. Bill Clinton is a piece of shit and destroyed liberalism, destroyed the Democratic Party, brought it to on its slope downhill and pushed it down. Fuck Bill Clinton.
Gonna be there no matter what.
And by the way, yes, our wealth distribution is significantly worse than France during their like revolution. The left-wing grifting is a very real thing. Yes, it is. It is. Look at Anna Kasparian, for example. Like, everybody grifts. That's the fucking problem. There's like 3 people on the left that don't grift.
You know, they consume an information diet that is, you know, self-selected in a way that that is addictive, and they.
That's because the American people are not particularly smart, especially not back in the 90s. Look, guys, the way out of this is very, very simple. It's just economic populism. That's it. That's it. Where are you getting fascism from for profit media? Where did Kamala Harris become a fascist? Explain to me when the fuck this happened. Because all I keep seeing everywhere is the moment she said the word lethal about the military. That was, oh, she's being a fascist. No, she's not. First of all, it is accurate. We do have the most lethal military in the world. But also, that was her like trying to rally her base. Liberals like that. It's not fascism. That's liberals. Words have meanings. You can't call everyone a fascist. You're the like you doing this right now is what I get when I'm calling people Nazis, and I mean that they're Nazis, and they're like, oh, you guys call everyone a fascist and a Nazi. Definitionally, she was not being fascistic here. Bill Clinton is absolutely an early Donald Trump. I mean, to be fair, they are both like close friends of Epstein, or were close friends of Epstein, and they were both the same kind of person. There's a reason that Donald Trump hates the Clintons so much, and it's because of the interactions they had. Nerd. Honestly, fuck that shit anymore. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Kamala Harris does not matter. The Democrats are dead unless they manage to pay attention and learn. We might not ever have an election again anyway, so who knows? But if we do, we need to learn from economic populism, because otherwise we're screwed. We will never win, ever again.
And this is essentially,
I promise you,
a bubble around 40% of the population at least, and they don't know basic things about what Trump has done. Whenever Trump says something crazy and starts to perform vulgar acts on a microphone, they change the channel. The network changes the channel.
Talk about that. So what's worse than all of this is that it didn't need to be this way. So this is an interview with Nancy Pelosi from the New York Times. And I just want to read you a couple bits of this, and then we'll listen to her actually talk about it. But some of this stuff is infuriating, and it's really fucking important. So obviously the bolded is the questions, and these are her answers. I do think it's important to discuss a little bit about what you think could have been done differently. A lot of the decisions that has centered on how much President Biden's delay in deciding to leave the race following the debate in June hurt the vice president's campaign. You were very involved in encouraging him to leave. There's reporting that you were concerned about him being the candidate well before the debate in June, and polls were showing that the American people were very concerned. Just by the way, right here, when Joe Biden made the decision to run, he knew he was looking at a 400 electoral vote loss. CPUSA resurprise based? What? Now, no, the president made his own decision to step aside, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, we don't need the narrativization here, but what's important is, I wish they had in the first 2 years of the president's term been more out there about what we had accomplished, the rescue package, money in people's pockets, shots in their arms, people back to work. Like they could have leaned on how much they did during COVID to help people, put videos out there, like talk to people, but no, nothing. Again, don't show off the work that you did and you get fucking nothing for it. All those things could have been more of a presentation of that. But do you think he ever should have run for a second term? Well, that's a whole other conversation. The decisions that people make, I just say this, the president's the president, blah, 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 blah. Now, after the narrativization, we did all we needed to win the House as well as the White House. It's up to the candidate, essentially saying no, he shouldn't have ran. But do you think the timing hobbled Harris? Because she had 100 days to get the campaign off the ground, mobilize people, and get her message across to get herself known. This was an incredibly truncated campaign, and many people think that maybe she was set up to fail by the timeline alone. I don't necessarily think so. I think if she was a good candidate, throughout this timeline would have been enough. It would have been enough for her to win. Now, I don't think she was set up to fail, but let me just say this. We're only a couple days since the election. There'll be many reviews and blah, 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 blah. Hold on. Had the president gotten out sooner, there may have been other candidates in the race. Kamala, I think, still would have won, according to Nancy Pelosi, which I disagree with, but she may have been stronger having taken her case to the public sooner. You've talked about your interest in having an open primary. We could have had a fucking open primary. We could have. We were going to have an open primary, which every single Democrat wanted. And the only reason we didn't is because Joe Biden didn't want one. That's it. That's the only reason. Again, as you know, it would have uncovered her weaknesses, her strengths. It would have tested her electability. That's what the primary system is intended to do. It would have also perhaps resulted in a nominee that wasn't so tied to an unpopular president. It's interesting that you say those things. I don't think that any of the review of the election should be predicated on the weaknesses but strengths of Kamala. Bullshit. Shut the fuck up. She caused a great deal of excitement. Yes, she did. Again, all that's fine. Should there have been an open primary, though? The anticipation was that if the president were to step aside, that there would be an open primary. And as I say, Kamala may have. I think she would have done well in that and been stronger going forward. But we don't know that. That didn't happen. We live with what happened, and because the president endorsed Kamala Harris immediately, that really made it almost impossible to have a primary at the time. It is specifically Joe Biden's fault that we have this outcome. Joe Biden gave the country away to Donald Trump because I guess he was mad. Like the old man that needs to go into the home because he's delusional and he gets mad and starts breaking shit in the house because you're putting him in a home. Sadly, Biden will go down as one of the worst presidents in history, basically being, no, literally you are correct. Because the only reason he really got voted in the first time was to distance us from the politics of Trump. And he failed to do that and resulted in an even stronger Trump. I'm of the belief at this point that if Joe Biden had lost in 2020, if Trump just won then, it probably would have been better because it's going to be way worse now. Remember, Project 2025 was written in between 2020 and 2024. They didn't have all the fascist evil master plans ready in 2020. They would have been a continuation of the barely competent first Trump administration. It's going to be so much worse now because of this. Again, you still have not defined why you think she's gone fascist, and you're not using this word correctly. Stop calling her a fascist when she's not a fucking fascist. Their words have meanings for profit media. This goes back to tanking Bernie, and when he was hugely popular, the country wanted his policies. You're correct as well. It was feelings. Trump says horrible things. It's a bad example for a president and how he treats women, especially the story of a woman beating him would be a message to that way of thinking. Probably not a good start. Well, yes, misogyny did have a role in this. Racism did have a role in this. But again, I still think Kamala Harris, had she had Bernie Sanders' policies and spoke about them the way he did, would have won, even being a black woman. But it doesn't matter who Oh, well, because Trump is a fascist, and she should have called him a fascist more. She only did it one time. I was yelling at her to keep calling him a fascist, to call him a Nazi, not even a fascist, to call him a Nazi. I would have, if I was Kamala Harris, gone to fucking, TV interviews with, a laptop next to me and force them to watch a clip of Donald Trump say something and then I don't know, open the book Mein Kampf and then read the fucking quote word for word verbatim on TV. But that's median voter shit for profit media. You're insane for that. He is a fascist. Why would you like take your vote away for calling him a fascist? Anyway, we could have had an open primary. We could have had a better candidate. We could have won. But Joe Biden decided, no, we can't have an open primary. Joe Biden decided that it has to be Kamala Harris. And it was. You're not uniting the fucking country for profit media. Half of them want to kill you. I'm not uniting with the country. All right? I don't give a fuck about uniting with the country. I don't give a fuck about how they feel. I don't. They're garbage. The people who believe in Trump, not just the ones that voted for him because they want to crash the system, not the ones that voted for him because Kamala Harris was like, because not those stupid ones, but the actual MAGA Republicans, I don't want to unite with them. I don't want to reunite with them. Fuck those people. They're evil. I don't want to reunite with people going around saying your body, my choice to women. I don't want to reunite with people going around and sending text messages to black kids saying that you're going to show up at the plantation and you've been selected as a house slave. I'm not interested in any form of reconciliation with these people. They're demons to me. Fuck them.
Is putting the blame for Tuesday's historic loss on President Biden. This is in an interview with the New York Times. Listen to Pelosi.
Had the president gotten out sooner, there may have been other candidates in the race. The anticipation was that if the president were to step aside, that there would be an open primary. And as I say, Kamala may have, I think she would have done well in that and been stronger going forward. But we don't know that. That didn't happen.
She united the country against her because she was shit at economic policy and nothing else. And also because, you know, like the media lies to people from start to finish. Like, for example, one of the main reasons people voted for Donald Trump on that like big chart of reasons why they voted was because they thought that she was weird about trans people, except she didn't say anything about trans people. Democrats threw trans people under the bus, but no one challenged the idea. It is incompetence, as Lenin said. That's it. It's just incompetence. To be fair, I tend to be against Republicans because they universally disrespect me and my choices innately. They treat me like crap, and I avoid most of them for that exact reason. True. Yes, I think she lost because of her incompetence and because she's a liberal. Liberalism, motherfuckers. Liberalism. And you know what? Like, you know what? We read the thing. We don't need to listen to Nancy Pelosi right now. You know why I agree with you so much, sentient Jew slave? Because these people are fucking awful, a lot of them. I don't want to ever reconcile with people like this. First of all, these are the idiots. Sorry, these are not the evil ones. Hold on, let me get the evil ones up. Actually, no, you know what? Let's just stick with the idiots for a second. I have 3 people here, I have 3 tweets here that are all people that regret their decisions. Holy shit, my father-in-law just canceled Christmas and his own mom's funeral because he found out my wife and I voted for Trump and people can't handle being around us. Why are people like this? That happened to my youngest son when he went off to college. He stopped talking to me 5 years ago. I don't need any of the toxicity in my life. My son can't see his grandparents. I'm jumping through all the fucking hoops just to see them myself, all because I voted against women's rights. People are fucked up in the head. I have been shamed and disowned by almost every... Fuck you people. All of these people, every single one of them suffer and deserve exactly the suffering that they get. If you have family members that are MAGA, that treat you like shit, no, family is not more important than anything. If your family is treating you like shit, if your family doesn't respect you, if your family hates you for the type of person you are, then cut them off. Fuck them. They're filthy and they're toxic. If you are a trans kid and your Republican parents won't stop trying to get you to go to church because you're gonna go to hell and try to send you to fucking conversion therapy and dead name you and misgender you, cut them off. Fuck off. Doesn't matter. If you know someone who voted for Donald Trump, even though like Like, if you, as a wife, begged your husband to not vote for Trump and he did it anyway, divorce that motherfucker and leave. Like, these people deserve what they're getting. Family is not more important than anything. In Scranton on Wednesday, Matt Wolfson, a 45-year-old former construction worker, looked around at poverty in the Rust Belt city and thought the nation needed a change in leadership. Wolfson said he didn't love the dictatorial aspects of Trump's personality, but he thought it could help keep the country out of wars and maybe bring peace to some other conflicts, including Ukraine. He's good and bad. People say he's a dictator. I believe that. I consider him like Hitler, Wolfson said, but I voted for the man. Do you understand now that it is literally just people are fucking scared and angry, and the current system that we have is not working for them? And so this man, knowing full well that he was voting for Hitler, voted for Hitler because he thought, well, I don't know, maybe Hitler will fix the system a little bit, will make things a little better for me. That's why people voted for Trump. People like, first, I'm seeing a lot of people complaining about their family cutting them off. I'm seeing a lot of people complaining about how they feel isolated. Good, fuck you. Get a little bit of this in while we can, because sooner or rather than later, it's going to be the other way around. Trump is Hitler. Can you blame someone to be pissed at you when you vote for the Leopards Eating Faces party? No, you can't. Exactly.
This is my last political post, okay? I'm gonna lay it to rest. Let me just tell you guys, I'm not crying happy.
If you do, I need to see this. Please, please, I need to see you beat the fuck out of Nick Fuentes. We're gonna cover him in a second too, because he got doxxed and there's some really funny stuff coming out of that. But please, please, please box Nick Fuentes and beat the shit out of him. And when you do, let me know so I can come watch it live.
Tears. I'm not gonna be apologetic for being excited.
He is an egg, isn't he?
Because if it was the other way around, all of the Kamala supporters would celebrate. I want to say that first. I'm very
good. I would be banning them too. I don't want to engage in criticism of MAGA with them. There's nothing I can do. There's no communication that's going to help because they're Hitler and they're in charge. In fact, I would not go anywhere near MAGA streams because I don't want to like fucking raise my hand and say, here I am, put me in the camps. No. Fuck that. I don't want to, I'm not willing to engage in constructive discussion, not with MAGA. With Republicans, sure. With people who are conservative, sure. MAGA, no. To be fair, if you marry a person who has Republican politics, you can't then divorce them because they voted Republican. You know what? Yes, you can. We have no fault divorce for the time being. And also, it's not about voting for Republican policies. It's about, hey, I'm your wife. Please don't vote to take my rights away. And then your husband does, you should divorce him. It's not about economic policy. It's not about policy. It's about rights. Every woman in America is in significantly more danger than they were before. Infinitely more so. Do you know how many jokes about like men wanting to like rape women I'm seeing? How many, oh, we're going to turn you all into handmaids? Are you kidding? I am not interested in engaging with the right for profit media. That's it. I'm not interested in engaging with the right. Not ideological fascists, not people that I can't bring over from the right. And honestly, like, you're wasting your time. Republicans just don't respect anyone. No, they don't. They hate you. They literally hate you. Look, just understand something. The world that Republicans live in is different than the one that we, in their mind, it's different. Because they think they are constantly under attack by like imaginary, they live in a schizophrenic hallucination of them constantly being, they're not even happy now that they've won. Just listen to this woman talk and tell me that there's any chance of constructively criticizing her position over.
Relieved because I voted what I believe in, and I felt heavy on my heart that it's the right thing. So knowing that it was the decision the American people made, I'm relieved and I'm very happy. Very, very happy, okay? It's the very first day of finding out the election results. all of us are happy. I'm very happy, but I'm not going to continue to post about it, but I'm also not going to be sorry about it. And I always talked about how my family, sorry, I don't want to make this more than once. I always talked about how my family...
They hate all of you. They hate you unless you're white, a man, and Christian. That's it. That's
different
it.
beliefs, my grandma and my mom and my sister. And how we always got along. And I wore my grandma's sweater to go vote, and I'm so sorry. I'm trying not to cry, okay? But my heart's broken.
Whinge.
Yeah, try it.
Just keep whinging.
My grandma just sent
And
me
also, yes,
a
false.
very sad text. It broke my heart. And my mom has yet to text
They're
me back
so
today.
fucking whingy.
My point of making this video is to say that I am very happy, and I expressed how happy I was. And I'm not going to be sorry for that.
Okay, first of all, Backgaz, couple points to throw here. I call them Hitler because he's recognizable. I don't actually, he's not one-to-one Adolf Hitler. Although I will say that Stephen Miller is basically one-to-one Goebbels, but that's a whole other thing. We're going to talk about that later. But yeah, he was part of the German National Socialist Party. However, National Socialism and socialism are two very different things. And the right has labeled every form of socialism as essentially the same as communism and Nazism, which is why people like me get called communist Nazis. They don't believe in reality. They don't understand reality. They don't understand the words and their meanings. And this is why I was getting so mad at people calling Kamala Harris a fascist earlier, because that's not what that word means. Words have meanings. These people I meet in real life, yes. Yeah.
I'm completely heartbroken that my family is taking it how they are.
He was very much not socialist, exactly.
Biden won. Never. But...
Oh, wait, hold on, one second. Yes, first of all, you're correct, Comrade Lennon, but listen to this. I never did this to them when Biden won. No shit, you're not gonna cut off your Democrat fucking family members when Biden won, because Democrats were never gonna harm you. Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, fucking Bill Clinton, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, none of them were ever trying to harm you. But you voted for a guy who literally wants to do genocide on multiple scales. Have you guys looked at what Gaza is looking like right now? Any of you who thought that maybe, voting for Kamala Harris was a bad idea because she supports the genocide? Are you looking now? Do you think that it is the same level of visceral disgust that a Republican would have for a Democrat who's celebrating that they won the election than you people celebrating you winning by talking about denaturalization, mass deportation, genociding trans people, genociding the Palestinians harder? It is an insane standard that they think that they're above everyone else.
Never did this to them when Biden won.
I'm sorry, Pre-Breakfast Banana, you don't need to be afraid for them. You should just start mourning them.
Never. But...
Yeah, well, if you voted for Donald Trump, Batgaz, which a lot of people did who do believe that, that's not the case anymore. Whether you believe it or not, if you voted for it, then you voted for it, and you are responsible for the people that suffer afterward. That's just the case. By the way, if you, I don't know who you voted for. I don't particularly care. It's not an issue for me, but the people who do should know better. They voted to do that. If you have a wife and you voted for Trump and your wife asked you not to, you specifically went against your wife and voted to take her rights away. Remember how the last 2 weeks I was yelling about after this that they're going to start trying to, I forgot you didn't vote. I forget. But remember the last 2 whole weeks, I was screaming about how they're going to start talking about taking away women's right to vote after this. And all of you were like, nah, that's not going to happen. Well, they're talking about it much more openly now because it's in Project 2025. these people,
I am
like,
done with political
if you are looking at these people and you're feeling some form of pleasure, don't feel bad about it. Schadenfreude is not wrong, all right? It hasn't happened yet. It will, though.
From here on out, it's back to normal. If you don't like me because of who I voted for and you have to unfollow, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Merton, but from what I'm hearing, it's just no abortion, no exceptions, period. Not 6 weeks, just none. Period, none. They're also possibly talking about making it illegal for women to cross state lines unescorted. Yeah, well, you'll see, Genghis Khan, because they've already announced that they're doing it. They've said Project 2025 is what's going to happen. They've announced it. They've put the people in place. We're going to cover it a bit more in a minute, but, you know, they're going to take away women's right to vote. They're going to make it difficult for women to go to a different state. They're going to make it difficult for you to do anything unless you have like 2 IDs. They're going to pass laws that require both your IDs to match exactly. So if you get married and you change your last name and your old ID has your maiden name, sorry, that ID no longer counts. They're going to do a lot of bad shit. And they haven't like learned their lesson, obviously, but they're like, it's gonna happen. There's nothing we can do at this point to stop this. Give me a second. At least we'll get a weight loss plan over the next 4 years. Yeah, that's true. Y'all are gonna get skinny. California is socking away money to fight these ideas in court. Yes, I understand that, but how good will the courts actually be is another question, you know? Like, we can analyze what the future looks like on the assumption that our government functions similarly to the way that we're used to, but it might not. Like, the courts might not mean anything anymore. California has said, you know, like, we have states that have declared themselves sanctuary states and that they're going to not follow the law. They're not going to allow like the deportations, and they're not going to ban trans healthcare. But I mean, we're talking about fascism, guys. Like, you can hold out for a little bit, and I'm sure the blue states like California will hold out for a little bit. New York won't hold out nearly as long because New York is with Kathy Hochul, which is just someone who doesn't have beliefs. But right now, the best hope is that they will implement every single extreme policy, screw all of us, and maybe we can have one more free election and vote them out of office. Maybe. Who knows? We might have another election that's real, might be like the midterm, but they have an entire section of Project 2025 of changes to how electoral politics works to make it more difficult for us to win by voting next time around. So, our elections are no longer free and fair. Our courts are no longer neutral and fact-based. I'm sorry, but this is just what's happening now. If fascism was to be breast cancer with Hitler being the level, what are you talking about? Bad Cats, yes, you can ask a question. In 2016, a lot of people were asking Jesse Ventura to stand for president. No, I would not have. Not just like based on the fact that I don't really know much about him aside from the fact that he's a conspiracy theorist and right-wing, so not my thing. Yeah, get your vaccines now and get your passports updated right now. If you're, again, I've said this before, if you're trans, go get your gender markers changed on every single ID you can right now. If you take regular medications, whether you're trans or not, go stock up, ask your doctor for a secondary script. There will be disruptions, there will be shortages, you're going to suffer financially, so be prepared for it. I mean, okay. You're saying that like it's a flex, Genghis Khan, but sure, okay, go for it, yeah. We're at the stage where people floating ideas, but nothing is law yet. Well, the thing is, a lot of it is already law because a lot of states passed legislation on the state level that is tied to the election. And when Trump won, all of them went into effect. So yes, a lot of states already did implement some of these, but Project 2025, I mean, like, Donald Trump chose Stephen Miller as his chief of policy. So they're doing Project 2025. From what I can see, it seems like for the time being, they're going to have like the Christian nationalist Nazis and the far right like do domestic policy, whereas the capital class, Elon Musk and the billionaires are going to focus more on foreign policy. Just real quick before we move on to what this government's going to look like. Doctors are afraid to save people's lives because it's against the law. Yeah, that's taken hold. Would you agree that there are different levels of fascism? No, I don't. I think fascism is fascism. I don't think there's levels of fascism. I think you have levels of ideology that lead up to fascism, and then you're a fascist. And fascists are garbage, period. Yes, there's LGBT Christians, and they're all going to suffer as well. Sorry, if you are queer and you voted for Trump, you voted against your rights. If you're a woman and you voted for Trump, you voted against your rights. I would put them in the same category. They're fucked. They're all fucked. Again, day one, they're banning trans healthcare. Day one, they are essentially erasing queer people from any kind of language in the government. You guys don't understand like how bad it's going to get. I'm trying to tell you, but it's difficult to conceptualize from a worldview that is Genghis Khan, come talk to me in 3 months and let me know how you feel about that. Because again, I can't explain this to a lot of you in a way that will fit and make sense in your mind because you don't think about the world in this way. You don't think about fascism taking over the country in a realistic scenario. Well, I mean, I'm glad that you couldn't vote, that you didn't vote for Trump, and you wouldn't have anyway, Lord Fluffy Art. Sucks to be queer and a Christian in the US, but at least you being a Christian, you might get away with a little bit more. The problems with removing liberties will create more problems. It's so stupid. Yeah, well, you know, we are stupid. We're a stupid country. We made a dumb decision. Now, is it our fault? Not necessarily. We made a dumb decision because all of the decisions that we could have made were dumb, but back to some, like, I just want to, before we move on, I want to have some fun here for a second. So, this is Nick Fuentes after he was doxxed and someone showed up at his house and got pepper sprayed. So this is what I did. I shot a short video less than 2 minutes from the public property of the sidewalk outside this address, noting that there were no boxes. As I did, a woman pulled up her car, rolled down her window, and was like, "Is this where that douchebag lives?" Paraphrasing, and I was like, "I think so." And we laughed about his incel ass for a minute. Then she was like, "You should ring his doorbell and see what he has to say for himself." Again, paraphrasing, probably much worse than this. And I have one serious weakness. It's chocolate. Okay, I have two. One more relevant for this situation. I cannot go back down from anything that even smacks of a dare. So I figured, fuck it, why not? There's no solicitor's sign up, and believe it or not, I would have respected that. So I rang the doorbell, and he immediately swung the door open like he was at damn Waco, sprayed me with burning liquid pepper spray mace, pushed me down the stairs onto a sidewalk, and I rolled into a protective position because I was anticipating kicks. He grabbed my phone, ran back inside, bolted, shut the door. I have the video. I'm holding on to that for evidence. The woman in the car, probably feeling shitty for encouraging me to do it, called the cops, made a report. I mean, like, fuck around and find out, you know? Oof. It would suck to get doxxed in general, but fuck, being the most hated man on the internet right now would not be fun, eh? He deserves this. Like, he deserves someone in Minecraft putting him in like a bucket of cement. Now, remember how we were talking about immigrants back a couple months ago and how they were eating the dogs? Well, look, I'm sorry. I can't deal with Republicans anymore because they're fucking the dogs, they're fucking the cats, they're fucking the pets of the people that live there. in Minecraft is just like saying, not actually trying to like make a threat to somebody. It's a way of indicating that I'm not serious and that I'm not advocating violence. Yes. This lady was posting some Trumpy shit, and like this. When I see liberal women out in public, I'm going to follow them while I open carry. Then when they get into their cars, I'm going to tase them while they're on the ground crying. I'm going to get out an indelible marker and write Trump won on their fucking faces. It's the slang of the internet, sentient Jew slave. But yeah, so this lady then was fucking the dogs. No, this is not in Minecraft. She was just fucking the dogs and the cats and the pets. This is what Republicans want, you know? These people illegally coming into my government, taking control of it with their rich billionaires that are bringing them in by the busloads. People like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, bringing these degenerates into the government by the busload so they can fuck the dogs. Can't have it. This is real. I'm sorry. See, unlike the right, I don't lie to you. Not on purpose. I might be wrong occasionally, but I don't lie to you. What do you think in the analogy that she seems to say that a person is alive and dead? There's no love. Touch on that one. No, they didn't win illegally. They won legally. Well, it depends. How legal is spending a fuckload of money and the world's richest man owning a social media platform in which he spreads misinformation like every day to hundreds of millions of people, which influences their voting habits. So, you know, you could say they won it illegitimately, but by the ballot, no, they won for real. I've seen all of the like blue and on election stolen theories on Twitter. None of them are correct. They didn't steal the election. They voted for Trump and won because we didn't come out and vote. Yes, it's legal. It's not illegal, it's illegitimate, but there's a difference in that. So that was just me like adopting some Trumpy rhetoric to make the joke of, you know, they're fucking the dogs. It's like this is insane. I don't know. Oh, speaking of the people whose like families cut them off, by the way. So this is what Republicans think happens. We're Democrats, the party of diversity, inclusion, acceptance, and celebrating everyone for being different. I'm a Republican. I never want to speak to you again. Blocked. This is not what happens. What happens is, Trump won, gonna cry? I want to deport families and make trans people kill themselves. That's why people get blocked. It's rhetoric like that. It's rhetoric like this. Hold on, actually, let's go down to the main post, right? Ain't no way white women are fucking the cats and dogs. Deport them. Exactly. We can't have these white women in the country fucking the dogs. We had a paper over here called the Sunday Sport that would print stories such as that one. Well, I mean, to be fair, like those are tabloid stories. This was like actual evidence of this person was sending messages to somebody, then got arrested, and then blocked, like deleted her account because it came out. Now, this is the reply that a person who fucked around and found out got. The kind of messages they were sending? Well, let's have a look. Dysgenic communist whore. Bet you have a great relationship with your father. Great, your body, my choice. In which, you know, she reported this to the university that this kid went to, which probably didn't end up very well for him. Bam, information right there. Obviously, not enough to dox somebody, but then we get, I'm honestly really sorry. I don't know why I typed these comments out. That's not who I am as a person. None of it was true. I was just being needlessly callous, literally instantly becoming a snowflake. Hold on. Yeah. I'm still contemplating telling your girlfriend what a jackass you are. Please don't. We don't ever talk politics. If she knew how I felt or what I've said, she'd probably break up with me. Meh, 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 meh. In which case, you know, oh, now I know that I'm not the only woman you're harassing. I'm finding the girlfriend. And it ends up as, please delete that post. You're actually going to ruin my life. I was just being edgy, picked the worst insults I could think of at the time. I swear I didn't mean anything I said. I'm not sexist. I'm not transphobic. I'm not any kind of bigot. Multiple people have already messaged me. I'm kind of freaking out. You'd really ruin some kid's life over meaningless messages on Twitter? I'd already apologized to everybody. What more do you want from me? How am I supposed to learn from my mistakes? Kid, you're supposed to learn from your mistakes by suffering the fucking consequences of them. The mask off stuff, like, it's for real, you know? And they deserve everything they get for it. I support these people being reported to their workplaces, to their family members, to their friends, to their partners, to their places of education. Get these motherfuckers fired and shame them. That's what happens when you are an asshole. We need to get back to like teaching people that you can't just do and say whatever the fuck you want with no consequences. Why are Americans so obsessed with using dogs? It's misogyny, sentient Jew slave. And also like they're eating your pets thing is Nazi propaganda from like actual 1939 Nazis. Do you realize how extreme what I sound? Are you kidding me? I'm like not even remotely joking. Fuck these people. They learn from their mistakes by dealing with the consequences of them. To be honest, doing this to them seems like the only way they'll change. Be like Heavy from TF2 and be like the burning you feel, it's a shame. I don't know TF2, but this is how you deal with it. Should the world kill off all Germans after World War II because they were Nazis? We should have killed all of the Nazis, yeah. We had the Nuremberg trials. We should have tried more of them and killed more of them. Ah, that's what TF2 is. I saw a video of a guy debating a neo-Nazi on Omegle, and the kid was speaking exactly like this. That's because the moment that a right-winger starts to face consequences, they immediately become little baby snowflakes. Here we go. I have a couple more examples here. I wasn't alive at the time and I wasn't a judge at the Nuremberg trial, so who the fuck knows? But I do know, and we've covered it, that we didn't denazify Germany. That what after the war, like the entire couple generations of Germans afterwards still believed in Nazism. So yeah, we should have killed them all at the time. Not all of the Germans, but all of the Nazis. If there was a few that weren't, sure. If there was a few that could have been brought over and like actually educated, maybe. But yeah, all Germans were not part of the Reich. You could just kill all of the ones that were part of the Reich and had committed crimes, as we were already doing at the time. Do you think it's wrong to shame someone for being a Nazi? Yeah, exactly. Do you think it's wrong to cut someone out of your life for like advocating for policies that are specifically harmful to you or to like millions of people? Or is it okay to like block somebody and cut them out of your life because they supported the largest ethnic cleansing in human history? Yes, it's perfectly okay. In fact, you should. If you don't, it's more unethical. You should not stay in contact with these people. Now, obviously, if you're financially like dependent on them, sure. But if you can just cut them off, I promise you, your life will be better without them in it. You will be much happier. And they deserve to suffer consequences. Now, we're not going to get too into Israel today, but I do want to touch on it just for a second before we move on to what the next Trump administration kind of is looking like. Give me a second. Yeah, I was about to ask about my mom. Look, if you don't want to cut off your mom, don't cut off your mom. But if your mom is mean to you, if she makes you unhappy, if she stresses you out, if she makes you uncomfortable, if she makes your friends uncomfortable, if she's saying horrible shit and trying to make you a bad person and you don't need them around, cut them off. You can check back in. It doesn't need to be forever. I didn't speak with my parents for a year when I was 20. I cut my parents off. Started talking to them again a year later. My relationship was better with them afterward. You can do that. There's nothing wrong with this. There's nothing wrong with even just talking to your mom and saying that, like, hey, you are seriously considering like cutting her off because of her actions, and judge what you're going to do based on her reaction. Genghis Khan, he's not in power yet. They're doing it day one. Day one. Mass deportation. That is ethnic cleansing. Go, like, read. Watch me. Listen to the things that I'm saying and actually listen to them. To be fair, if you were German back in World War II and tried to support or defending the Jews, you would have been killed, so you can't blame the Germans for staying quiet out of fear. It's not the ones that stayed quiet that I'm worried about. It's the ones that actually believed the ideology. Like, we covered this before. I'm getting kind of... It's boring that I have to say the same thing every time, but, you know, this really shows it. In 1946, 6% of Germans said the Nuremberg trials had been unfair. 4 years later, in 1950, that number was 1 in 3. In 4 years, the number of Germans who thought that, like, in 1946, 1 in 3 in the U.S. occupied zone said that Jews should not have the same rights as those belonging to the Aryan race. In 1952, 37 said they were better off without Jews in their territory. 1952, 25% have a good opinion of Hitler. That's the issue. Honestly, maybe a reincarnated Genghis Khan in power might not be the worst thing in the world. I'm kidding, of course. It would be the worst. It might not be the worst thing in the world, but it would be pretty bad. I'm gonna start a gamba for how many lies pro-Israel media spews. Actually, Lennon, you'd be surprised because they've kind of gone mask off. So, just to show you, Haaretz is calling this ethnic cleansing now. Israeli media is calling it ethnic cleansing. And Genghis Khan, being forced to do so is still being complicit. I was just following orders is not an excuse. It's not. We still killed the Nazis that said, I didn't actually believe in this stuff, but they made me. We still killed them. Yeah, so the Israeli military is conducting an ethnic cleansing operation in northern Gaza Strip. The few Palestinians remaining in the area are being forcibly evacuated. Homes and infrastructure have been destroyed. This is fucking, like, Israeli news. Israeli news. Here's Mary Kostakidis, a Australian MP that is being attacked by the Zionist Federation. The Israeli military is conducting the ethnic cleansing. The area looks like it was hit by a natural disaster. Haaretz military correspondent concluded after a tour. What Kubovich saw, however, was not a natural disaster, but rather a premeditated act of human destruction. A senior IDF official identified by London's The Guardian newspaper, Brigadier General Itzik Cohen, the commander of the 162nd Division, explained there is no intention of allowing the residents of northern Gaza to return to their homes. None. Instead of talking about the general's plan, we should be talking about Netanyahu's orders. He's the leader, blah, 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 blah. The irony of fucking Hitler not understanding that they're Hitler. Well, actually, they understand exactly what they're doing here, but Donald Trump's 2 remaining brain cells fighting for 3rd place. Donald Trump is not in charge, guys. Donald Trump is not the one making decisions anymore. It's not. His brain is soup. We got Stephen Miller for fucking domestic policy, and we got Elon Musk for foreign policy. No, see, it is partially the media in Israel for profit media, but what it actually is the mandatory conscription into the IDF, in which every Israeli has to serve time in the IDF, and there they get indoctrinated, and they all come out of it Hitler, basically. If you go into the IDF as not Hitler, you're much more likely to come out of it as just Hitler. Now, here's a pyramid of what the number of deaths per age range is in Israel right now. Notice how many children there are and how many non-children there are. So it's pretty bad, yeah? We're just going through this stuff quickly because Israel's depressing and we have American politics to cover. Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich announced at the faction meeting on Monday that the time has come to apply Israeli sovereignty over the West Bank, declaring 2025 as the year of sovereignty. Hey, all of you people who didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris because it was supporting genocide, how you feeling now? Because they're annexing the West Bank and they're doing, like, even their media is calling it ethnic cleansing. So I don't know what you're talking about for profit media. People who do not support communism, uninformed or stupid or else, are there communists and others, or is there some level of how much people actually... Nobody knows what communism means. I promise you. Like, if you talk to 100 people, one of them might have an idea of what communism means. Genuinely. It's the well has been so poisoned on that word that nobody even knows. What is the Trump equals Hitler statement? What's this prediction? So if I get conscripted into the U.S. military, well, first of all, we don't do conscription in the U.S. military. We don't do, like, we have the draft available, but you don't have to sign it. You will now, but we won't be conscripting, but sure. I turn 18 and we invade Iran. It's better to resist and maybe get executed than to survive, commit war crimes, and get executed. Yes, exactly. I'm sorry. If you join the military and you're told to do some horrible shit, don't do it. If you gets you thrown in jail, then it gets you thrown in jail. If it gets you killed, it gets you killed. Don't do horrible things. I would rather die than kill innocent people. I would rather die than take away people's rights. I would rather die than commit ethnic cleansing. I'd rather die than fight in a war for fascists. So who are those people who do not know about communism? Are they the enemy of the state? There is no enemy. We're the enemy of the state. I'm the enemy of this. We're the enemy from within, motherfucker. Communism is dead. We're not talking about communism anymore. We're talking about surviving fascism and then maybe trying to bring a little bit of socialism into the world. You guys need to readjust your worldview, all right? We don't live in the same world that we lived in a week ago. We don't live in the same society where we lived in a week ago. Things are much more dangerous for us, particularly now. Advocating for social change is going to get much more dangerous. Talking about communism anyway just puts people off. That's not good messaging. If you want people to come over to the left, get better messaging. Notice how I don't really mention communism. I talk about socialism, sure, but if I'm specifically trying to reach non-leftists, you word your phrasing in a way that fits in with their narrative, their language. You have to, if they spot you as a lefty woke motherfucker, then they're just going to ignore everything you say and nothing you say matters. What does communism mean? Go read Marx. That's what it means. That's an example.
Let in hundreds or thousands of people who already have criminal records. If deporting them creates some mass deportation, I'm all for it.
But what if rounded up in all of that are people who work on a farm? They're doing the jobs that Americans don't want to do. Does that worry you?
That wouldn't be fair. Of course, they need to make sure that they don't throw away, they don't kick out.
Idiot. This guy, genuine idiot. So, firstly, yes, there would be elections under communism. The way that you form a communist society is not by force, which is why I often am against Marxist-Leninists, because they want a revolution, a physical revolution. The way that you would enact an achievable, functional communist system is through electoralism. But I also think that Lord Fluffy Art is correct in that communism is currently an unachievable endgame. We need to aim for socialism. Socialism is more achievable right now. Communism is 4 lifetimes from now. You guys need to understand where we are. You don't need violent revolution to enact socialism or communism has never worked anyway. So yeah, we're not going to be, no, it's not democratic socialism necessarily. It's just getting socialism instituted through the democratic process. Liberalism in and of itself can be turned into socialism, not just democratic socialism. Socialism as a whole anyway is still in and of itself a democratic system. Democratic socialism is just liberalism with socialist features to it. It's still a market economy. It's still private property is still a thing. It's not socialism in the sense of actual socialism. But that should be the end game goal for people now. yeah, for now, eventually a revolution. What? Confused. I confused. You want to see the hogs, as Hassan likes to call them?
They just found a batch of new ballots. 40 million new ballots. Kamala Harris is president-elect.
Bullshit! She better not have.
You know what? Hillary Clinton and her are working together. They're hiding files.
What?
She's your president, Tina.
She ain't my president.
She just won the election.
A woman can't run this country.
God, not if it's like you.
Oh, I get it straight.
Like genuine idiots. Socialism is funny because you can talk about socialist policy that the vast majority of people would support until they hear socialism or communism. Exactly. Soulless death and despair. You are 100% correct. Again, socialism that people wanted all over the country. Literally fucking everywhere. Everywhere. Bernie Sanders was not a socialist. He was a Sochdem, a Talkdem, a democratic socialist. That would do. And to be fair, like, if Bernie Sanders had won in 2016, Lennon, I don't think we would have needed a revolution. If Bernie Sanders won in 2016, we could have absolutely installed, like, actual socialism through electoralism. At this point, if it's going to happen in our lifetime, it might actually have to be with revolution. I'm not sure. Who knows what the future holds right now? Like, anything that's coming out of, like, the Trump administration anyway is conflicting. They're being very vague, but also very specific. They're enjoying their time just like psyoping everybody else and scaring everybody, but we don't know what they're going to do. We do know some things, though. Some things that we do know. Well, I think we should focus on those for a second. What do we know? Well, we know that Stephen Miller will serve as the...
Tara, I want to talk to you first about some breaking news that we're...
As the White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy. No, I've never tried Deadlock. Now, you all know who Stephen Miller is. But just in case you don't, let's get a little refresher from CNN for a second.
Just getting in here at CNN. President-elect Trump is expected to announce in the coming days.
Agreed, Comrade Lennon. I would also very much like that. I want to go the exact way that you do. I just don't think that we need to, like, remove their legs to take the boots off, you know? Although, I'm losing hope in the ability to do that electorally. Wow, they all really do have wide noses. This is the wide nose panel. Wild. I guess they specifically picked them like this. All right, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. You guys listen to this fucking corporate slop, and then we can discuss more about Stephen Miller. Also, I own Workers and Resources Soviet Union. Is it a bad idea to continue to play that game? I don't know anything about that game, but I don't know. If it's a game that you have fun with, play the game. There's nothing wrong with playing a game if you have fun with it.
His top immigration advisor will serve as White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy. Tara, you know Stephen Miller's politics and his policy ideas all too well. We should remind our viewers he was one of the architects of the family separation policy during the first Trump administration. That policy, for viewers who don't remember it, resulted in the separation of thousands of migrant families, basically taking children away from their mothers when they came across the border into this country unlawfully. Tara, your reaction to Stephen Miller being tapped for this kind of a role?
Well, that's what people voted for. I suggest lots of folks who voted for Donald Trump go back and watch a lot of interviews and media appearances by Stephen Miller, and you see who he is. He's a despicable human being that is a racist and a xenophobe, and his own family has disowned him. And this is now who has proximity to power in the White House, basically number 2 next to Susie Wiles, in the ear of the President of the United States. Well, I guess the upside is at least he won't be DHS Secretary or Attorney General. I mean, you know, I don't know.
Do you think that's because they were probably worried that he couldn't get confirmed? Is that?
Probably, yes. But, you know, that's why Trump is asking for recess appointments, and they're trying to circumvent normal institutions.
Okay, so you guys all have gotten somewhat acquainted with Hitler, I guess, have we? Yeah, a little bit. Ivanka will never become president. I don't even really know what deadlock is. It's a game. I know that it's a game, but maybe. Let me know. Send me an invite on Discord. Maybe I'll give it a go. Playing a game with you guys does sound fun, so. Yeah, Ivanka's never gonna be president. Trump does not even really like her all that much anymore. Barron is the fucking golden child because Ivanka didn't support him entirely.
Institutions and processes because
We'll work it out
you're going
after
to find
stream.
out that a lot of these people would not be able to pass muster once they are really on public display. I've often said that I do not think that not the MAGAs, they know what they got. But a lot of people who felt that, well, it was the economy or it won't be so bad or
Absolutely,
they're
Lord
not
Fluffy Art.
fully aware.
In the Discord, we can organize like a game event where we can find a game where it's multiplayer and we can do something together. Like that sounds like a fun idea to do on stream. Lennon, like I understand what you mean, and Lennon did have a lot of good ideas, but I'm worried about what happens after the implementation. And right now, I'm worried that this will, like, no one's on board with the idea, right? No one wants to do like the full like leftist revolution, but they think that we do, and they're looking for any opportunity to put us in the camps. But when I say the camps, and you like understand, they're already building camps. Now we know that they've said it. They're building immigration detention centers at the border. It's going to cost about $1 trillion, but they're building camps. Are all of them for the, did I say abortion? Deportation camps. I might have said abortion. But yeah, so great way to get put in the camps.
What they have done and the people they have.
Fuck you.
Are basically pertain to his plans for mass deportations in this country. Thomas Homan as border czar and Stephen Miller as deputy White House chief of staff.
I agree.
Yeah, that's right. I guess it should come as no surprise.
Never stop. Never shut the fuck up. But keep yourself safe, because doing advocacy and protesting is going to get harder. I'm telling you, it's going to be much more difficult to do a protest.
Given how much emphasis Donald Trump put on immigration in his campaign, even when poll after poll after poll kept showing that the economy was the
in that
motivating
case, I
factor
do agree
for a
with
lot
you,
of
Lennon. If we bring it to like a SOC Dem type of government and we get the people on board, we teach the American people of class consciousness, and they understand that the bourgeoisie are the ones with their boots on their fucking necks, and we keep allowing them power, then maybe we can manage. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the idea of like, yeah, exactly what Lord Fluffy Art said. I'm not a fan of doing it that way. I don't think we need to. I think if we can manage to get the country over to like a SOC Dem type mentality, we could do the rest just very easily. Like, I don't think it needs to be done this way. Make bigotry shameful again. Yeah. But again, like, this stuff is not going to happen anytime soon. I think I'm just going to run for local office as a Republican and gaslight the people. Yes, do it. Please, please. Yes. This is what I'm fucking telling you. Do you want to change the country? Do you want to change the Democrats? Do you want to change the Republicans? Go, enter politics. Soulless death and despair. If you run for your local office, you let me know. I'll fucking hype you up on stream, on Twitter. Obviously, I don't have many like viewers, but like I'll do what I can. Join, do something yourself. No one's gonna save us. While we still have the chance, might I add. Like, who knows if we'll ever actually have a functional system of electoral politics that represents us again. But the only way to ensure that we do is by people like you and me and soulless death and despair and young people, teenagers, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, going and joining city council, school board, government, do something, anything. Yeah, good, awesome. Lord Fluffy Art. Your city council, like, that shit's easy. You just go knock on some doors with a couple friends, find some shit wrong in your community, find some potholes on a street, knock on some doors and say, hey, I'm running for city council. I'll fix those potholes out in front of your house. You got any other like problems that the community has that you'd like to tell me about? Like, here's some that I have that I want to work on. Easy win. Easy win. Everyone hates their fucking local city council. And especially if you're running as a Republican, you might actually get to easily disguise socialist policies, because a lot of them really have no idea. Like they like socialist policies, but then they hate them when it's called socialism. Most Republicans are in favor of socialist policies. I think it's unrealistic to have a social democracy. I will run for office for the lulz, gaslight them. Hey, do whatever you like, guys. Just go run for office, join government. At the very least, if nothing else, I'd much rather have you guys in government than fucking these people. Even if it's like a house legislature, if it's your state like legislature, your city council, whatever it is. MAGA communism. Yeah, go run on MAGA communism. There's MAGA communists. They're idiots, but, you know, go run on that and then do, like, actual, like, socialist policies. It's messed up that Elon's crazy views are stronger than his love for his family. Well, Elon Musk, like, lost his mind purely because I think his kid became trans. Because he didn't used to be, like, this, like, super anti-woke, like, his brain rotted. The woke mind virus entered his mind. Won't work back, guys, because porn's illegal under Project 2025. They've already banned porn in a bunch of states. Here we go. 16 states have, actually, hold on, here's a better thing. This I saw the other day. This was very funny. So, Pornhub released data statistics based on election day and what people were looking at. So first of all of these states in gray, you can't access pornography. It is illegal to go on Pornhub in all of these states. It will be illegal to use Pornhub in all of these states in about 2 months. So enjoy that. But yeah, they're banning porn. But here's the funniest thing, right? Oh, where's the chart? It had the oh, that's so annoying. I saw a different version of this chart that had, like, you know how they do the year in review and then they'll have the labels of like what porn people are searching for. Florida was MAGA on election night. I don't know how like mentally ill the people in Florida are, but they were searching for MAGA porn specifically on election night. Yeah, I guess download everything that you want to keep. The internet's fucked, guys. They're gonna do a lot of changes.
Individual, Donald Trump remained adamant that he believed that the top priority and the top concerns facing this country were immigration related, and I
have no idea. Maybe it's that lady who was fucking the dogs. That might be MAGA porn. At this point, I don't know. So, again, Stephen Miller. This was the guy who came up with the travel ban last time around. Yeah, the country is fucked. Stephen Miller was also the guy who was specifically in charge of the policy, creating the policy that separated migrant children from their parents. Stephen Miller prevented publication of internal studies by the Trump administration that showed that refugees had net positive effect on government revenue. Stephen Miller was mentored at Duke University by white supremacist Richard Spencer. And Miller said in 2020 that if Trump were reelected, he would seek to limit asylum, target sanctuary city policies, expand the travel ban, and cut work visas. So enjoy. This is the guy in charge of he's the deputy chief of staff. So welcome, Goebbels.
They tried to jail him. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to imprison him. And they even tried to take his life with not one, but 2 assassination attempts.
You really can tell just by looking at somebody when they are, like, actually evil. Yeah, you really can. Like, he just looks like a demon.
And But let me ask you, when his
He
life
also
was on
looks
the
like, you know,
line, did he falter? Did he waver? Did he yield? Did he surrender? Did he hesitate? Did he back down? Did he give one single solitary inch? Think about how corrupt and hateful and evil this system is that allows gangs to come into this country.
he looks exactly like Goebbels.
America is for Americans and Americans only.
So, yeah. That's what some of y'all voted for. Can you guys understand now the people who thought maybe it was a bit too extreme, cutting family members off when you see this stuff? Does it make it a little... He's even doing the hand thing. He specifically tries to mimic Goebbels. We know this. Like, there's press on it. Fucking libs of TikTok.
President Biden importing 10 million people into this country. A lot of these people are unvetted. They don't share who's been in the 47 administration to fix this disaster, this invasion of our
I'm
southern...
sorry, Germany, but y'all are gonna fall to the AFD, and there's nothing we can do about it. That's up to you guys. And it's not looking good for Germany. Hitler only had one ball, Goering has two, but very small. Himmler was something similar, but old Goebbels had no ball at all. Is that a joke from The Man in the High Tower? Is that where that's from? I feel like I've heard this before, and my brain is thinking The Man in the High Tower. The show about, like, what if the Nazis had won World War II? Is that... Or is that, like, an actual, like, historical joke? I don't know. Did he make fun of Jews and black people once? Many times, in fact.
Border. Well, as I say sometimes, the immigration issue is extremely simple. The policies
What's up with my internet right now?
involved in fixing it are very complicated. The simple part is seal the border, deport all the illegals. Now, that's the short answer, right? You get in, you have two policy objectives that you proceed with utter determination on. Seal the border, no illegals in, everyone here goes out. That's very straightforward. In terms of the policy steps to accomplish
it was an
this,
actual thing. I was like, I'm sure that actually might have been historically, like, present, but okay, cool. I did remember it then.
Showed in his first term. It's a series of interlocking domestic and foreign policies to accomplish this goal. In no particular order, just to rattle off a few fast, you have your Safe Third agreements, you have Remain in Mexico, finish the wall, you have robust prosecutions of illegal aliens, you do interior repatriation flights to Mexico, not back to the north of Mexico. It's very important.
Hitler. By the way, all this shit's gonna cost an immense amount of money. If you don't know how much money the deportation plan costs, it is about $3 trillion a year to deport 1 million immigrants. So, $3 trillion a year-ish and it's not just the deportations. This is also going into, like, the policing, the camps, and all the infrastructure. So about $3 trillion a year. A year! No, hold on, I'm getting that wrong. 3 trillion was another thing. It's $1 trillion a year per 1 million illegal immigrants. They can't really manage to deport more than 1 million at a time. What does that look like? Well, it looks like what it did last time when they had ICE raids, going door to door, looking for illegals, dragging them out. Yes, someone's mom and dad's being taken away, but they've already said that, like, let's say you came here illegally and you had a child and your child is a legal citizen, they're also getting deported. They're getting rid of birthright citizenship, announced by Stephen Miller. Yeah, essentially that's what it's going to cost. And by the way, it's not 20 million immigrants anymore. Now it's about 30. They keep upping the number, so who knows? And Trump has said no price tag, so, like, he's like, we'll pay whatever it costs. But yeah, no, whether you were born here and your parents were illegal, you're still getting deported. What they're going to do is they're going to build camps. They're going to use train infrastructure. I said this before, the only way to do this is trains and camps, Nazi shit. They're building massive camps down by the border. They're going to send people over to those camps. They're going to try start, deportations. They're going to start with the 1.7 million backlogs that they have of people that are already, like, scheduled to be deported that haven't been yet. So they'll start with those. and then they'll move on to the people who are already here and, you know, not on a list yet, not committed crimes and been convicted. And yeah, it's going to tank the economy. It's going to tank the economy by cost. It's going to tank the economy by deporting the labor force. By the way, like, these people are so fucking stupid sometimes. I tried to just talk. Oh, they're not going to deport trans people. They're just going to kill them. Sorry, they're going to send trans people to the camps and say they're going to deport them, and they're just not going to deport them. They'll die. And also, a lot of trans people are just going to, like, their mental health will suffer, and they will likely do harmful things to themselves because of a lack of health care. Pretty high, Lord Fluffy Art. We're going to get into the economic side of it in a second, and it's not looking good. At least the Trump voting Latinos won't have to worry about their families getting separated. They're all going to get deported together. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Can I just, like, there are no trans people in Ba Sing Se, exactly. Which is actually funny because Erdogan in Turkey says that. He's like, there's no gay people in Turkey, which is his way of dealing with it. But on economics, just, I know this isn't the topic that we're talking about, but it relates to them crashing the economy with, like, deportations. With the economic side of things, right? I had a conversation with a couple conservatives, just asking them questions about, like, how they think the tariff stuff is going to work out. And you explain to them how tariffs work. And the response that I got was, yes, that is bad, but the point is that they're going to raise wages so that it balances out. I ask, where does it say they're going to raise wages? When did Donald Trump say this? I don't remember him saying that we were going to raise wages. To which the answer you get is, oh no, we don't have to raise wages. The point is, if you put the tariffs on the imports, this will force the companies to move production to the United States, and then they'll produce here instead of having to pay the tariffs. And the increased competition with the lack of, yeah, it's cute, isn't it? Yeah, it's really fucking funny that they think that that's how it works. Sure, you know, like, it will bring companies back to the United States to manufacture here so they don't have to pay the tariffs. They're correct about that part. But raising their wages, the idea of, oh, well, we deported all the immigrants, so there is a demand for labor and less labor available, so that therefore the prices, the wages will go up. Yeah, have fun with that when you're, like, working in a sweatshop for 25 cents an hour because they killed labor unions. Everything will cost more. Americans will pay more for it. Americans will work harder for it. And yeah, the rich won't have to pay anything. Nothing. They won't pay anything, not even their equal percentage. They're not going to pay shit. They already don't pay anything anyway. They don't pay taxes. So you're not going to see much of a difference in that, at least. But back to the deportations. We'll get to the economy in a second. I have a couple things lined up for you all.
Yes, all these criminal migrants that have been flooded in the country are going to be the first to get thrown out here. I mean, you've seen case
absolute neocon shit.
Tragedies. Those ones are going to get found and deported first. And look at this Venezuelan gang. You have a Venezuelan gang.
Now you're thinking like someone who's living in fascism, Lord Fluffy Arts. Now you're getting it. They start off in one direction and then they end up in another. Remember, guys, Hitler wanted to deport the Jews, first of all, for economic reasons. And then they found out how difficult and expensive that is. And to be fair, we already make prisoners work. Look at California. And even in the Constitution, we do have an exception for slavery for prisoners. Maybe they're going to put people in prisons, in camps, and deport a lot of them, but use some of them as labor camps. You know, like the Nazis also did. We can all be rich if we invest in prisons until they arrest us too. It's a bit late for that. The stock market prices for prisons, especially private ones, all fucking flew so high up the moment Trump won the election. First they came for the communists. This time they're coming for anybody they can find first. Communists, socialists, leftists, doesn't matter. They're going to claim you're an illegal immigrant. By the way, you know how they're going to put the trans people in camps? Because it's not just going to be for being trans. They're not going to do that. You're going to start seeing headlines like, trans person arrested for drug possession, trans person arrested for going into the wrong bathroom, for reckless driving, DUI. They'll find literally any reason to put a trans person in jail, and then once they're in jail, off they go to the camps and disappear. This is how it's happened in literally every country that has ever gone in this direction. This is how it works. Even in a fascist country, even in a Nazi country, you still have to lie to the people a bit. And, you know, well, you know, I guess we all are. We do all live in the USSA now. Welcome to being Russian. That too, by the way. Yeah, we're all Russian now. That's in addition to all of this.
Entire apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado. And that's responsible, by the way, for some of the most heinous crimes that have happened all over the United States. The crime rate in Venezuela is down, I believe, a little bit over 60% over the last several years.
Are you trusting the official figures from the Venezuelan dictatorship?
Let's put it this way. If you're a dictator of a poor country with a high crime rate, wouldn't you send your criminals to our open border?
That wasn't my
No,
question.
because you're like, that's dumb as fuck.
Are you trusting the figures of the dictatorships?
This
Those
is
are
so
Maduro
stupid.
numbers.
I am believing that it is in the interest of a criminal dictator.
Soulless Death and Despair, I can clear that up for you. Elon Musk, good friends with Vladimir Putin, works together with them. The rich people, the billionaires, want to spread their businesses to places like Russia and China, so they are much more friendly with the authoritarian governments so that they can sell shit. Elon Musk wants to sell Teslas in Russia and is friendly with Putin. Putin is friendly with Trump. Trump is owned by Elon Musk. J.D. Vance is owned by Peter Thiel, who's also friendly with Putin. Even Peter Thiel is even more friendly with Putin than Elon Musk is, because they're both part of like this, like the weird Russian Catholic Church version thing of like they're like religious nut jobs, but with Roman Catholic, like Russian Christians. That shit doesn't matter. That's like in brain rot bullshit. But it's just money. It's money. The like capital class in the United States wants to be able to sell their goods to fascist countries, and also they get along because, you know, fascists like other fascists and they work together. And so Republicans became they're like Russian Orthodox, yeah. And Republicans became pro-Russia because they were told to become pro-Russia, and they don't think for themselves. They don't have like thoughts that are original. Proud to be is that how you spell Russia in what is it, Cyrillic is their language? Can we pretty much say goodbye to Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhzhia? They've already put out like their plan of like Trump's idea of how to end the war, and it's freeze along the current lines. All of it goes to Russia. They get to keep everything they gained. Ukraine can't join NATO, and Russia's just going to do it again a couple years after they like restock their military and yeah.
To let his criminals out of their jails and come to our country.
Do you have numbers, real numbers, not the dictatorship numbers?
The Venezuelan gangs that have you've seen the CCTV footage. I have a question. Who do you think? Answer me this.
My family is from Venezuela. I know very well the situation of Caracas and many other cities.
Right, tell me, who were the people with the high-powered rifles in the hallway of that apartment building? Who were they?
They were
fucking Nazis. All right, I'm tired of listening to him. Speaking of Elon Musk, though, good time to throw this in here.
Days, I'm told, with two kinds of people: those angling for a job and those who are trying to.
What the hell? On the bright side, my stocks for Ukrainian mail-ordered brides should moonshoot. Yeah, that's cool, I guess.
Those.
I guess. Don't do that, but yeah. Fuck it, why do I care anymore?
Angling for a job and those who are trying to influence Trump into hiring their picks. But one person has loomed over all of that. His name is Elon Musk. Multiple sources tell me tonight that Musk has been seen at Mar-a-Lago nearly every single day since Donald Trump won, dining with him on the patio at times. Today, they were seen on the golf course.
Do you guys still think that Donald Trump makes any decisions?
Together, Musk has been in the room when world leaders have called Trump. And tonight we've learned he's also weighing in on staffing decisions.
Donald Trump talked to Putin on the phone, and Elon Musk was in the call. An unelected billionaire, just in the call, having like back and forth chats. Are there any chances that Belarus who knows? Who knows? Russia might just be like, all right, it's time for Imperial Russia because America won't stop us. Maybe, maybe not. I can't see the future in that far ahead. Ukraine war strategy seems to give up territory for the chance to destroy Russian soldiers' equipment, saves their soldiers. But no, like right now, the Ukrainians are mainly just like hitting targets that are deeper into Russia to prevent them from being able to like launch missiles at Ukraine. But it's not just giving up territory. It's they were trying to mess with like the battle lines. They went into Kursk so they could move Russian soldiers from the north or the south away from their regions into Kursk, and then they could have like come in from the side and flanked them, and it didn't work. What's Gamba? Oh, the Gamba is like the prediction that you did. Fair.
Making clear his preference for certain roles even. Publicly tonight, Elon Musk is backing Florida Senator Rick Scott as the next leader of the Republican conference to replace Mitch McConnell. While Musk himself is still not expected to take any kind of formal position.
Rick Scott, also absolutely fucking insane. You guys ready for this?
Inside Trump's administration, given how complicated it would be with his companies. What's becoming clearer tonight is that he doesn't really need to, with one source telling me Elon Musk is having just as much influence from the outside.
I mean, it's possible the U.S. leaves NATO and starts supplying Russia with equipment against previous allies. That is theoretically on the table. I don't necessarily see it happening, but honestly, again, reading the future with these people is not easy. So, Rick Scott literally does look like a ghoul from Fallout. Like, genuinely, and there's nothing, no comparison I've ever seen more accurate than, like, and not even, like, Fallout 4 ghouls. I'm talking, like, a Fallout 3, maybe, like, New Vegas ghoul. Hold on, Rick Scott. Like, genuinely. He looks like death. No, fuck off. That's not what I wanted. He looks like literal death. Give this man like a black cloak and a scythe. Are you kidding me? So, border czar is apparently a new position in the government, by the way. Remember, they were calling Kamala Harris the border czar. That's just now like the name of the fucking person who runs the border control. We need better hobbies for old people. I agree. He looks like Skeletor. I'm pleased to announce that the former ICE director and stalwart on border control, Tom Homan, will be joining the Trump administration in charge of our nation's borders. The border czar, including but not limited to the southern border, the northern border, all maritime and aviation security. I've known Tom for a long time, and there is nobody better at policing and controlling our borders. Likewise, Tom Homan will be in charge. So first of all, Donald Trump didn't write this tweet. You guys are aware of this, right? Considering, like, it's not in full caps. Donald Trump did not write this tweet, so we're already back to advisors writing his tweets for him. But who is this guy? Who's Tom Homan? Well, this is Tom Homan.
In the coming days, I'm told Donald Trump is expected to bring back Tom Homan in a czar-like role on immigration. Though I was warned the details are still fluid, they could change. But you'll remember Tom Homan. He was in Trump's first term in office when he served as the acting director of Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. He recently defended Trump's plan to carry out mass deportations in an interview with 60 Minutes.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together. It's not going to be a mass sweep of neighborhoods. It's not going to be building.
It's almost funny. Like, it's not funny. That's horrible. But, like, the mask off that we're getting now, I'm honestly kind of liking it. I was so fucking tired of the dog whistles and the pretending and hiding behind, like, liberal, like policy rhetoric. Shut the like, just say what you mean. And they're at the very least doing that. They're demons. This is an evil thing to say, but it's kind of surprising when you get the mask off. Does not look like Tim Walz's older brother to
defended
me.
Trump's plan to carry out mass
to me.
deportations in an interview with 60 Minutes.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating
Send in
families?
those memes. I want to see them.
Of course there's. Families can be deported together. It's not going to be a mass sweep of neighborhoods. It's not going to be building concentration camps. I've read it all. It's ridiculous.
Full of shit.
The president-elect thinks highly of Tom Homan.
There's absolutely. What's up, Lord Fluffy Art?
We know that he has an interest of bringing him back into this incoming administration. He is likely somebody that has influence over these immigration policies.
If he did pre-breakfast banana, you wouldn't know about it. You know who else he really looks like? He looks like the dad from The Incredibles. That I can see. And to be fair, that dad is absolutely a Republican, so.
That really will take it to the next level from even the previous anti-immigration agenda that we saw when the president-elect was last in the White House. We know that there are plans to redirect funds from the military, from the Pentagon, in order to create these mass detention camps. We know that he does have plans to also use the military at the border and also for these kind of sweeping deportations throughout the country. We know also that Stephen Miller, who was the architect of his
I'm dead, Comrade Lennon. I need to see that. Send that into the Discord, though, and I want to put it up on stream. Look, I'm telling you guys that they're saying it out loud. They're going to use the military at the border. They're going to use the military to, A, help fund building detainment camps, which is just a different word for concentration camps. And they're going to use the military to go after protesters. They've said all of this. They're not, like... It's almost infuriating to me that anytime they're lying, like they're lying for their benefit and everybody believes them, and then when they tell the truth, they're lying. It's not true. No one believes them. It's fucking ridiculous. You all believe these people when they're lying to you, but never when they're telling the truth. Of course it's going to be a labor camp.
At the border and also...
Pre-breakfast banana, were you here when we were covering the education policy? Of course it's a labor plan. Everything's a labor camp plan. Like everything. They want to make you work for free and give the rich people the money. They're not even going to deport all of these people. A lot of these people will just stay in the camps. They'll deport the ones they don't feel useful, and they'll keep the strong ones that can work, and they'll just detain them there forever until they die or until they get sick, and then they'll send them away. This is Hitler shit.
For these kind of sweeping deportations throughout the country. We know also that Stephen Miller, who was the architect of his last anti-immigration agenda, is obviously a pivotal decision maker in the forthcoming agenda as well.
Like, this is not a joke.
This relationship and how it's developed.
Please, shut up. Not a joke. And then we have the front runner for Trump's AG at the moment. We don't know if it's him yet, but Mike Davis. These are the kinds of tweets that Mike Davis, the guy who might be Attorney General, puts out. We will build a special gulag for left-wing white women, the laundry ward. Here's my current mood. I want to drag their dead political bodies through the streets, burn them, and throw them off the wall. So, yeah, right? Cool. That's the guy who's in charge of the courts. Yeah, it's not going to be Barr.
NBC News President.
It might not be Mike Davis, but it's not going to be Barr.
Presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, in historic terms, I mean, there are a number of historic facts here. The first former president elected non-consecutive terms since Grover Cleveland, 1892. Right. So that's my Beschloss little nugget for the day.
We've heard Grover Cleveland more the last couple of days. Well, you know, we're about to see possibly the strongest president in American history, and that goes all the way back to 1789. Because, first of all, Supreme Court has said that he is immune to prosecution in most cases.
Barr did speak out against Trump after January 6th, so he doesn't trust him anymore.
He will probably, at this moment, it seems, or at least perhaps might, control both the House and the Senate. So you're not going to have any kind of a constraint on him in terms of impeachment, even though I think impeachment has become pretty much toothless for everyone. So no constraint there.
No fucking chance of impeachment.
He got the popular vote, which people are aware of. And also he has
by the way, that's almost just barely now. Like, he did still win the popular vote, but it's closer than we originally saw it being.
Out as a campaign promise to say, you know, dictator for a day. I don't think that goes on for a day. And maybe he won't be a dictator, but he is going to try to use every single lever of presidential power in a way that we haven't seen all the way.
Get me to Mike Davis. I want to know about...
According to all the reporting, Bob Woodward, Jeff Goldberg, my reporting, Peter Baker, Susan Glasser, David Remnick, lots of reporting, firsthand evidence from...
I don't really remember what Barr believes, but, like, I just looked up Bill Barr Jan 6 because I was pretty sure this is why they weren't, like, still working together, or, like, that Trump didn't trust him, and, like, he said this, and that alone is enough for someone like Trump.
24 former national security and military officials.
Right.
Well, obviously he's not going to run again. That's not the point. If Trump was to die, then we get Vance. And if we do actually get another election again, it'll probably be like Elon Musk. I'm positive it'll be Elon Musk.
Mattis, Kelly.
If we get to like 4 years from now and there's an actual election that the country hasn't fallen apart, then sure, I think it'll be Musk. So much effort to cause harm. That's work. What a waste of hours of someone's life. Yeah.
McMaster.
They hate you. They like your suffering. It gives them joy.
Who all worked for him. This is a man who needed guardrails.
Yeah, essentially.
Especially after January 6th.
Okay, fuck you people, you're boring. I just wanted to know who the goddamn Mike Davis is. This one.
Story and Michael.
This is the same fucking thing. Okay, whatever. Let's go to Wikipedia. Eh? That might make this easier. This one. Okay. Really? Okay, so you have nothing on you. That's fun. Hey, Cheeseburger Merv, welcome. Well, we can look at Tom Homan. I mean, to be fair, if any of you remember what America was like the last time Trump was president, all of the stuff that was happening with ICE, all of the door-to-door, like, grabbing immigrants out of, like, workplaces, children in cages, it was this guy. We're just talking about the guy who has been appointed as border czar. Like, literally, that's the title now. That's a position in the government, is the czar of the border. You missed quite a bit, though. And also we have this one. She is the UN ambassador that Trump picked. She is, I mean, like, she's voted as, like, a bipartisan Republican, but, you know, anti-abortion, anti-COVID vaccine, pro-Keystone Pipeline. This is, like, this one is, she's establishment, which is why she gets to be an ambassador. So, comedians made fun of him every day, non-stop goofy stuff he's doing. Yeah, well, true. I saw Trump is going to pay for Kamala's campaign debt. Who knows? That's, like, it was a tweet. I don't necessarily believe any tweet that might come down. Oh, you guys want to see something really funny? Just really, really funny. This is we talked about how ProPublica had these projects. Please stop. Steven Seagal should be made ambassador to Russia. Okay. Remember when we watched those Project 2025 training videos? Oh, we had talked about that ProPublica had aired. I just want you to see a little bit of this one. Just a tiny bit.
Serving in the federal government. Tried in criminal history. In most cases, individuals tried in federal criminal courts are disqualified from government jobs. If you've been convicted of a crime, you will not be serving in the federal government.
Except for Trump, but go on.
Crimes such as fraud, embezzlement, and tax evasion show a lack of moral character.
Literally, like, it's almost like a joke. And yes, this does look like a pedophile version of Peter Griffin.
Just like similar white-collar offenses that are highly frowned upon and will bar you from service. Bankruptcy or debt. Your credit history is assessed by banking professionals who work for the...
Thank you, Batgaz. I really appreciate that. I definitely try to have interesting stuff to talk about, and I know sometimes I might not be super like willing to engage in a thought hypothetical that I very much disagree with, but I'll still engage in one way or another. I do get a bit stubborn occasionally. But yeah, literally verbatim, everything that
such as fraud, embezzlement, and tax evasion.
All of these are crimes that Donald Trump committed, but you know, you can't serve in the government if you committed any of these, which I think is just genuinely funny, but you know, the rest of this video is not great. Oh, here's another thing I saw. This was just, I just saw this a moment ago while I was scrolling. We were watching a video. Apparently Grok knows that Elon Musk spreads misinformation. Someone asked, did Elon Musk spread misinformation to billions of people from his own AI? Not that I trust any AI, but funny because it's his. Yes, there's substantial evidence and analysis suggesting Elon Musk spreads misinformations on various topics, including elections, to a very large audience on his social media platform, X, formerly known as Twitter. Here's some key points. Election misinformation, platform influence, community note limitations. Specific instances, Musk has shared manipulated videos and debunked claims about voting process, including allegations about non-citizen voting, which are common themes in his misinformation narratives. His posts have sometimes led to real-world consequence. Like, it's funny that, like, even on his website, his fucking AI. You guys want to see the one singular Democrat that won in a plus 40 Trump district and what ad they used to win? Because it's quite funny. And yes, actually, Grok was just a copy of ChatGPT. They had to change it because when Grok first got introduced, somebody like asked it a question and got a hold of the source code, and it was literally just copy pasted. In fact, it would refer to itself as ChatGPT if you asked it in the correct manner. It would just be like, oh yes, like I am ChatGPT and I do this, and then they had to change it over time. This though is the ad that a Democrat in a plus 40 district for Republicans used to win. And this is like, it's bad. I'm not saying we need to do this, but it's funny and we can take some lessons from this. What is the thing that Trump did that made people frown on him? I'm drawing a blank here.
Amy Bradley misled us about the hospital. Now she was caught tricking President Trump to endorse her, hiding from Trump her secret Vision 2025 plan. Bring Afghan refugees to Cambria County. Hand them local jobs. Their housing paid for by taxpayers.
By the way,
President
like,
Trump
understand why Republicans are the way they are, because literally everything they see is exactly like this. This, like, high-pressure music, this intense, like, background, like, vocal, the speaker is speaking in a way that it's like, this is gonna happen, it's terrifying, you need to know. Everything they see is like this, so that's why they're the way they are, just so you know. But
local jobs. Their housing paid for by taxpayers. President Trump supports secure borders and putting America first. But Amy Bradley doesn't. It's time to tell Amy Bradley, you're fired. Get out of here.
A Democrat used this to win in a plus 40 Trump district. Again, not to say we need to go that route, but learn some lessons from the successes that we have. This is like so you would know then, Lord Fluffy Art. By the way, sorry for your loss, but like, you know that this is how they see the world. And I'm not saying fight Trump with Trump. That's not how we should do this. It's we fight back, keeping our morals and ethics intact. We continue on the basis that we do. It's just our rhetoric needs to change. The way that we engage with people is nuanced. If you're talking to a MAGA troll because they're harassing you, you should engage with them very differently than if you're trying to bring someone that's like a Republican over to your side. If you're dealing with MAGA trolls, I say gaslight them, slur them, use their own tactics against them, call them the F slur, call them a retard, make them feel emasculated, do whatever you want to the trolls, make them cry. When you're talking to real people, in person or online, if you're, I'm not saying, make the trolls cry in person. I would try and avoid being agitative or instigatory in person. If you're trying to talk to like an actual human being who has opinions and agrees with you on some and disagrees with you on the other, there's a very different way of engaging with those people. And you can see that just by how we do it here. There's people who come in here that are, conservatives, but they still watch me. They still talk to you guys. They still talk to me because we engage properly. But on Twitter, you can engage differently. There is nuance. He's absolutely going to be a content farm. And yeah, Lord Fluffy Art, like, this is what I mean. It's brain damage. It's mental illness. Like, being, from the moment you wake up till the moment you go to bed, having this level of intensity and fear.
Bradley misled us about the hospital.
Even
Now
the
she was
music.
caught tricking President Trump to endorse her.
It makes, like, it would absolutely develop psychosis in people that are more predisposition to the fact, but after enough time, this can drive anyone insane. Everyone is trying to kill you. The world's gonna end. They're destroying the country. They're taking your rights away. They're ruining everything. America has fallen. We're all gonna die, blah, 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 blah. And it just gets faster and faster and faster, and people freak the fuck out. One thing for sure is the U.S. is gonna look very different in 2028. Backcast, the U.S. is gonna look very different a year from now. Fareed Zakaria said Democrats wanted to use the term Latinx. Latin Americans didn't. Well, exactly. That's stupid shit. Like, for example, a lot of people, like a lot of Native Americans, don't like getting called Native American. They prefer being called Indians. A lot of them do. I didn't know this until I learned it, and now I just call them Indians because that's what they want. They've asked me to. And if one asks me not to, then I will call them Native American or whatever the fuck they want. Shit's easy. You don't have to come up with rules for other people. Just do what they want you to do. For once, I want to add that I can't play a song. Sorry. Can't play a song. That's DMCA. But, like, you know what I mean? First Nations people, you call them what they want to be called. First Nations is what they want to be called. I often forget. I do call them like Indigenous Australians and Aboriginal Australians occasionally too. But like I've never actually been specifically told that there is a correct way to say that. So maybe you can clarify that for me, Cheeseburger Merv. What is the correct way? Is it First Nations? Is that just the answer? Because I'll put that in my brain space for the future after that. But again, like we see this with black people. Black people don't mind getting called black people, but we still like the woke way is to call them African Americans. That's what I mean. Like when the right complains about woke, they're insane and they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. But when I complain about woke, that's what I mean, is the unnecessary pressure for people to change their behavior on things that don't matter, that other people don't care about, that they haven't been asked to, that aren't a problem. That's the woke shit that I have a problem with. Indigenous or First Nations for Australia. Cool. All right. I was getting it correctly to begin with. But like these people are, the way that you have to interact is not the same for everyone else. It's not a static thing. Now, by the way, any of you gamers might get a little triggered by this. Consoles are expected to go up 40% in price because of the tariffs. So if you were looking to buy like a new Xbox or a new PlayStation, even though like the new consoles are coming out in like a year, have fun with 40% more expensive consoles. By the way, the effects of the tariffs, we're not even, like, they've already begun, even though Trump isn't in office. We covered this last time as well, but a lot of companies are cutting like Christmas bonuses from people. A lot of companies are getting ready in advance for the economic impact of these of tariffs, and you're fucked, guys. Sorry. Things change and people might be from different times and aren't trying to be mean. Well, yeah, it's the people that are not trying to be mean, but also not listening that are the problem. I understand you might be, like, some people are from different times, and some people might be just trying to be nice, like genuinely trying to be nice. But if you are told that this is not helpful, then you should listen to it. It's the song that goes, sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows, everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're all together. Well, that's a sweet song. Too bad it's definitely not the vibe right now. So I don't know, have you guys seen this one?
A national investigation.
Please stop. This was quite funny. From Athena, I think one of Vosh's mods. Incredibly funny post. I just voted for him because he's gonna kill Obamacare. I'm unemployed and Obamacare fucking sucks. I'd rather just have the ACA by itself instead of this communism shit. Obamacare is the ACA. It's literally keeping you alive, retard. You voted away to take your health care away. Look it up. It's true. Why the fuck do people have two different names for it? Obama equals bad, affordable equals good. I fucking hate Democrats. Just the levels of retardation. Nothing will ever top this meme. We taught the chimpanzee to understand the median voter's politics, and he hanged himself. These are AOC's followers answering the question of why they split their ballots for Trump and other down ballot Dems. It's real simple. Trump and you care for the working class, but wanted change, so I went with Trump and blew for the rest of the ballot to put some brakes. Voted Trump. I don't like you and Bernie. Well, sorry, but I like you and Bernie. I don't trust either party's establishment politicians. Action and progress is better than stagnation and excuses. Both of you push boundaries and force growth. I would have voted for you and Trump, but I'm in California and I like your style. Literal fucking median voters? Yes, absolutely. I feel like both Trump and you are real. Do you guys understand that this goes into exactly what I was screaming about for like the first hour of stream? In that the populist left, they like them. Republicans like the populist left. Both, I feel like Trump and you are both real. This is what I'm talking about. How dumb must one be to believe he's either for the working class or real? Well, pretty fucking dumb, Mopar, but it's median voter shit, you know? And Democrats don't talk to people like they're talking to the median voter. They think that every single Democrat is this like high college educated thing, people they meet like in establishment Democrat like gatherings. They think that all the like average Democrat in America, all the like 22-year-olds are all essentially like DC Democrats. They're not. It's the Democrats who don't understand how people behave and don't message to people in a way that is receptive. They talk to these people like they're talking to their colleagues. But the average American is this. They don't understand and they don't care. What they want is you to tell them what you're going to do for them. It doesn't matter if you did a bunch of stuff for them if you don't tell them that you did it. It's that simple. Yeah, you're right, Lord Fluffy Art. It really is. Fuck. Trying to think about what I want to cover next, and there's a couple things, but they're all just so awful. By the way, feel free to send in any like links at the moment, because I kind of covered everything I wanted to cover on stream today. I'm minus one or two short things, but I'm not done. So I guess we'll start with this one. Remember the tweet, that's not the tweets, the text that people got saying report to a plantation and that, you know, you've been assigned as a slave. Well, the FBI is investigating it. However much good they'll do. Actually, wait, hold on. Before this, I need to yell about the FBI. It is fucking ridiculous that all of these politicians spent months knowing how much of a fascist, how big of a danger Donald Trump is to this country. And he wins, and obviously they can't prosecute him anymore. But they don't leak the files? Are you kidding me, Jack Smith? You're not going to show us the hundreds of pages of evidence of crimes committed? You're going to just hold on to that until Trump comes into office and burns every trace of it? Fucking pieces of shit. Like, genuinely, it makes my brain explode. It is worse than complicit. There's a word, I can't even find it. It's not enabling, it's not complicit, are you insane? You are the guy prosecuting this guy. You know everything that he's done, and you're not gonna tell the public because he won the election? Like, please, go and pull an Australian, like, prime minister and walk into the ocean and never return.
Sparked by racist spam text messages now also being investigated by the Tennessee and Arkansas attorneys general.
Yeah, Joe, variations of these messages are circulating out there.
We have a president now who used to get documents stolen from his desk by his advisors because they were afraid what he would do with them. And they would hide it until he forgot about it. Now we're gonna have the people that make sure he's signing those documents.
Falsely claim the person they were sent to has been selected to pick cotton. Action News 5 Stephanie Douglas joining us now to explain what federal authorities say you should do if you get one of these messages. Stephanie, about picking cotton or plantations. Explain.
Yeah, well, Joe and Joy, take a look. This is a screenshot of the offensive text message informing many black people, women, and students on a specific time and date that they were supposedly selected to pick cotton at their nearest plantation. Now, a Mid-South mother who commented on Action News 5's Facebook post said her 13-year-old daughter received the same text message the day after the presidential election.
Of course.
Federal authorities are now investigating a number of cases that have been reported in up to 20 states. The National Association for the Advancement of
Do you understand now why people will cut off people who are Trump supporters, who have voted for Trump? Because people are aware that this was the kind of shit that was going to happen, and these people voted for this kind of shit to happen, and therefore they don't want to have anything to do with those people anymore. You mean to tell me the government can hack my phone whenever they want, but they can't find out who sent this message? Not legally, but you know, they also can't legally hack your phone. They can, absolutely, but they can't use it in the courts. If they were to hack your phone and find out where the message came from, then they won't be able to actually use it as evidence in the courtroom, which is why they don't do that. Although, again, all of that shit's going to change in a second anyway, because they're going to change all our laws.
Colored people released a statement denouncing the hateful rhetoric.
Oh my
Former
fucking
NAACP
God,
president of the Memphis branch
look who's our Secretary of State, guys. Yeah, they'll say, I don't support that. And then you'll say, well, you voted for it. Like, your vote is part of why this is happening. If you don't support that, that's great. You shouldn't, but you still made it happen and you should feel bad about it. You are personally, in part, responsible for this, is what I would say to your mother. Not what you should say, by the way. I'm not telling you how to talk to your mom. I don't know your family dynamics. I don't want to get you in trouble. I don't want to get you, like, hurt or kicked out, but that's what I would say. And yes, morons are governing America. So Marco Rubio is our new Secretary of State. Yep, literally you can even see his lack of a spine right there. Look how weak he looks. All of these men are fucking like soy boys too. I hate how they all talk about like how masculine they want to be and they're all just like little soy boys. Oh, by the way, remember I said this like a week ago? Elon Musk is on track to soon become the world's first trillionaire. Yup. Trillionaire. That's where we're headed. What's this? Is this the education stuff again? Yes, it is the education stuff again.
And one other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education. And
Yeah, okay, I covered that one earlier. All right, fine, let's talk about this one. I'm gonna get me in trouble. So I'm sure you guys have all seen the soccer match that happened in Amsterdam. What is Vivek Ramaswamy going to be? So far, nothing. Not that I've heard. What actually happened in Amsterdam is pretty clear in this video. Now, I'm not actually sure I'm allowed to show this video on stream because there's quite a lot of like physical violence happening. But what actually happened is that this was a psyop in that Mossad sent a couple agents along with the Israelis that were going to watch this game. They even announced that they were doing so for security concerns, quote unquote. And then these Israelis walked around, started yelling at people, cursing at people, ripping out Palestine flags, and literally like physically starting altercations. And then they got the shit beat out of them. They got just absolutely embarrassed, wrecked, annihilated, beat up, thrown in a river, embarrassed, shamed, and to the point where, you know, like the media everywhere said like, oh no, this is anti-Semitism. There's very clear evidence that the Zionists started this first and that it was most likely like a purposeful like action from the Mossad to try and draw sympathy for Israel. However, you want to see how ridiculous, like you want to know how ridiculous Israel is with their lies? They claimed that there was Hamas infrastructure. And that's why the violence began, that there was Hamas infrastructure in Amsterdam. I want an audit just in case. Let's double check. Not saying fraud, but can't hurt to check. Checking what exactly? The auditing what? I forgot what we were talking about before this. Okay, let's bring that volume down a little bit. Let's see how much of this we can actually see. I want to see it actually start.
Nou, dames en heren, achter mij is de wedstrijd nog volop aan de gang. Tel Aviv krijgt een pakje slaag, maar toch doet dat de sfeer niet echt goed.
Why does Dutch sound like phlegmy drunk German? Am I the only one that thinks that? Oh, whoops! Accidentally managed to pin you. Whatever. Look, no offense, but like it kind of does, doesn't it?
Ik ben benieuwd wat er gebeurt als ze nou eigenlijk naar buiten komen.
It's like a very throaty, phlegmy German. Yeah. Hey, Katrar.
Dus laten we een kijkje nemen. Wat een leuke, gezellige mensen.
Hey, no music. I just want to see how the fight actually starts so I can show you guys. Jeez, no wonder it's a long video.
Uh-oh, we zijn net op...
Actually, I can see that too. Cat thrower.
Ze hadden van die versterking nodig, want dit gaat... Het politie... En ze lijken niet bang. Ze schreeuwen veel. Ik versta het niet.
Alright, so this looks like right around when it's actually beginning to happen.
You don't know?
No.
They destroyed... went to the game?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. English, yay!
Because yesterday they destroyed some things in Amsterdam.
I just stay away to don't involve the violence.
Okay. So you're not a hooligan?
No, I just look in English.
Okay. Okay. Enjoy your night.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Moper. I call out everybody. No exceptions. Hey, what the hell, Twitter? We should rent hotel rooms at Trump Tower, then break our legs. What is that gonna do? Just out of curiosity. I don't know, guys. You know, we're kind of fucked. I mean, a lot of us are very specifically fucked. The left needs to stop grooming children. I think you're 100% correct regarding the pathways that were put in place for protection in the name of activism caused the pendulum to swing back in the other direction. Part of transitioning is the transition, and denying that process is harmful. It takes time. You good there, pre-breakfast banana? Don't get doomer on me. There is, you know, hope. We're not in the camps. Yeah, Cheeseburger Merv, I did a segment on Australia earlier. I was talking about the banning of social media for those that are 16 and under, and I'm A+ on board with that. I honestly wish the age was 18. But from, I guess, this point forward, there's going to be a bit more Australian content in my channel, because I really would like to avoid Peter Dutton being our Trump in a year. And Australians are much easier to influence with messaging, because the well isn't as poisoned. Why? Why what? Like, I'm still going to talk about America. I'm just going to add in some Australian content too. I live in Australia. Also, I before the election, I was also talking about like Turkey and Europe and Israel, and like I never really got into China too much, because like I'm not super well versed on Southeast Asian politics or like Northeast Asian politics. But yeah, I like to have more than just America on the plate. Of course, we focus more on America because A, I know more about America, and B, like, it's important. But, oh, well, many good reasons, Lord Fluffy Art. You might want to watch the stream from the beginning. I explained my reasoning for it, but realistically, I know that there is a lot of good for social media. I am an American, but I live in Australia, and I do have a New Jersey accent. Good catch. So they're gonna do under 16. I'd prefer it to be under 18, just because like like that's the legal age of adulthood, all right? And it's not criminalized. It's not like if you are underage and you are going on social media illegally, you're not going to jail. You're not getting in trouble. Your parents aren't getting in trouble. It's the company's job to keep you off. It's the corporation's job to keep young people off social media. And I think that it's important because, I mean, look at what happened. Everyone from like 13 to 25 seems to be fucking Adolf Hitler because of social media. So yeah, go outside, and there would be multiple different like things you can implement alongside this. A big concern from a lot of people is a lack of community for like queer people and for like people who live in households that are dangerous. And I understand this, and this is really, really bad for them. But that harm is like compared to the entire populace becoming Nazis it's not balanced. What we can do is we can ban social media for minors, and then we can implement like policies such as local libraries need to like hold more events, give them funding from the government to hold like socializing stuff for queer people. Make your community in real life rather than online is the goal here. The goal is to push younger people to experience life away from a screen, because this right here is brain damaging. It is. It very much is. And we're all being damaged by it, all of us. The internet was always a malicious and predatory place. Growing up, even for me, I know many people that were groomed. I know people that were like, a lot of bad stuff happened on the internet when I was young. It was even more like broad, and there wasn't a consolidation of specific sites. People could just go anywhere. It was traumatizing, and a lot of bad shit happened. But now the internet is even more malicious, even more, no, actually, you're wrong, Cat Thrower, and I'll tell you why. Even more malicious, even more predatory, and there's like no restriction on it and no conversation that can get past someone's predispositioned biases that were developed by this. Now, the idea, it's not like banning weed, because if like, when weed is illegal, if you're smoking weed, you get in trouble. This is illegal, but it's not illegal for you. You're not going to get in trouble if you're a minor on the internet. You're not going to get in trouble if your parents are letting you on the internet. They're not going to get in trouble. It is the corporation's job to limit your access to the internet. Of course, kids are going to get around this. Watch like my stream at the beginning. Go back when I'm done and just watch the first segment. They know that kids are going to get around this, and that's fine. That's not the issue here. The issue is limit the amount of access children have to the horrible content online. It's not like the internet's banned. It's just social media. Yes, YouTube is included. Yes, even like most social aspects of the internet are going to be limited for you if you're under 18. Sorry, under 16. Xbox Live, playing video games online, that is also included in this law. But, and to be fair, I like the video gaming stuff, I feel like is a bit silly, but whatever, I can live with that. You don't need video games to survive until you're 16. You can, like, once you're 16, you can start learning. But also, like, 14 and 15, your first 2 years in high school, we introduce computer literacy classes, media literacy classes, where you learn how to tell what's AI and what's not, to read misinformation, to be able to keep yourself safe online. All of these things being taught to kids while they're not on the internet, not on social media regularly. It will be within a year, yeah. If you're under 16, it will be banned within a year. Back in the 90s, we were all amazed how we had all this information at our fingertips. Now look at us. I agree with you, Mopur. I think that we could have done amazing things with the internet, with media, with social media, but instead we went down the wrong path. And at this point, I would be perfectly willing to let every part of the internet bar Wikipedia burn. I would be. Now, obviously, like, that's a very simplified statement, and I am being a bit hyperbolic here, but, you know. So my son is 13 and he's streaming in the US, but in Australia, he would have to stop it. If he was in Australia, he wouldn't be allowed to get onto the website. Look, I love video games, Batgaz. I play a lot of video games as well, but if it's between the 16-year-old's right to play video games and then the entire population of that generation becoming Adolphus Hitler, personally, then I will choose no video games. Worst an American will get in Oz is getting called a seppo, which is short for a septic tank. To be fair, I don't really get shit for being American. Most of the time I get compliments because people like my accent, which that was really weird because, you know, like, from an American perspective, it's like the Australian accent is really intriguing, and to be fair, there are various forms of them, and some of them I find more attractive than others, but the average idea was that, like, the American accent is not attractive. And then you come to Australia, and the people are like, oh my god, I love your accent. Like, it's so, like, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. But, like I understand the concerns, right? No, I think that it's correct. It's not banning gaming. It's banning social media for profit media. If you're under 16, you are not allowed on social media in Australia. And I think that that is good. Even YouTube, but YouTube Kids is still there. All of it's banned. Yes. Until you're 16. And I think that that is excellent. I think it should be 18, and I think we should do this everywhere. Yeah, you don't need social media to be able to search educational info. It's not banning them from the internet. All the internet's still there. It's just social media. You can still learn, you can still read, you can still research, you can still, like, even watch educational videos. They're just not on YouTube. Just not in a social media, like, platform. There are educational platforms that aren't social media that you can do this stuff on. Well, exactly my point, Lord Fluffy Art. Exactly my point as to why, like, minors shouldn't be allowed on social media. This happened to many people I know. Before Discord, it was stuff like Kick Messenger. Back in my day, like, it's a problem. And I'm not saying that this is a perfect solution. I'm saying that this is a band-aid solution that can be accompanied by many, many other... Look, I know how useful YouTube is. I know how much people can learn. But the downside of this is far greater. We cannot just allow things to continue the way that they are. And I understand how scary it'll be for a lot of young people to lose their online communities, which is why we need to put an emphasis on creating in-person community, the same way I've been doing for you guys. For you, in America, you need your in-person community so you don't starve to death and get killed by the militias. In Australia, if you're a kid, you need an in-person community to have friends. You're not allowed on social media anymore. The Prime Minister said specifically that the goal of this, like, the goal of how this was worded was so a parent can say, sorry, mate, you're not allowed on Instagram. It's illegal. And I am all for that. We just need to add things to it to make it not, you know, they can still watch YouTube, they just can't have an account. Is that true? Well, okay, well then that's even better. I did say earlier that I would be okay with like maybe you can have YouTube, but the comments are turned off. But even still, really, I think I would just prefer no access to the social media until you're like, well, I mean, 16, but in my personal case, a legal adult. Porn is illegal for kids, but I don't, well, yeah, that's the thing. It is technically illegal for porn sites to have like kids on them. The thing is, it's a system that relies on that same premise of it's the site's problem and they need to solve it. It's just placed on companies like Meta, like Twitter, like TikTok, like Snapchat. And they have to ensure that there aren't people that are 16 and under in Australia on it. Go outside, be a little pirate. Yeah, you know what I did when I was fucking like 13? I was going outside, I was riding my bike with my friends. I was stuffing fireworks into a Nintendo GameCube and blowing them up with my friends. I was, I don't know, going on adventures in the woods. I was doing hooligan shit. Go outside and have a life out there. I understand, like, it is hard to get off the internet, but it is good for you. Let's ban it to an accept. What are you fucking talking about for profit media? Like, what are you talking? It's not about going dark ages. It's not about stopping. It's 16-year-olds and under. Are you fucking stupid? Are you genuinely trying to tell me that not allowing 16 and under on the internet is equivalent to like ignoring evolution? Okay, and your son shouldn't be on social media. That's all I'm saying, and that's true, period. If you spend the time with your son and make sure that he's not becoming a Nazi, great, good for you. But the government should do something to prevent the radicalization of children. And that's exactly what is occurring. Do you know what's happening because of, like, what's happening with children right now? Do you know how many, like, 7, 8, 9th grade, middle schoolers, early high schoolers, elementary school kids going around telling women, your body, my choice, because they saw Nick Fuentes say it online? Do you know how many people are shouting, like how many little kids are going around slurring black students and telling Mexicans, on the street, like not Mexicans, what am I saying? I'm just so hyped up right now. Telling like Hispanics, you're gonna get deported, calling them Mexicans, calling them Palestinians, and these are fucking children, like this tall children, literal like 9th graders, and you want them to have access to unadulterated internet? Yeah, and how much misinformation were you getting during COVID-19 on the internet? How much sadder did it make you to see all of the suffering and not have any outlet for it? I feel like a lot of people would have had a much easier time under COVID if we didn't have social media. We would have spent our time differently. And instead of spending it in a useful way, we spent it dooming. Hate or learned behaviors, social media teaches it all to them. I agree, Moper. If we regulate the companies well enough that it's no longer a danger, I'm perfectly fine lifting that ban. But for now, like, we need something to stop the bleeding so that we can heal the wound. You need to like fix something. You need to do put a Band-Aid on it so at least we're not dead within like 3 minutes. I'll say it once. I'm gonna say it again. They can still use the internet. They just can't make accounts. This is true. They can still use all of the internet. They just cannot have social media accounts. I didn't think that they were still, I thought even without an account, they weren't allowed to access like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok and stuff though. I think what the law does, Cheeseburger Merv, is it makes it so you're not able to access the sites on the app without an account. And you can't make an account unless you're over 16. So I think that's the plan. But for literally everything else, you're fine. And by the way, like, you want your kid to have access to YouTube, then sign them into YouTube. There's no exemptions for parental consent, but like, kids aren't allowed to drink alcohol, but a parent gives their kid a beer like when they're 14, that's fine. No one's going to come into your house and like arrest you. You're not liable. You want your kid to be able to watch YouTube, you can let them watch YouTube. It's just not legal. That's all. And again, it's not criminal for you. If I heard a guy shouting, "Your body, my choice" to a woman IRL, he would get a well-placed uppercut in Minecraft, of course. Honestly, I've seen a lot of these, and I'm waiting for the day. I'm waiting for the day. Do you know how many women are buying guns right now? Now, obviously, I cannot advocate for violence, but I will say buy a gun and learn how to use it. And if you are faced with a situation where your life is in danger, where someone has broken into your house, where someone is trying to rape you, you should shoot them. You have the right to self-defense. In your home, in America, you have the right to have a gun. You have the right to use it in self-defense. You have your rights. Use them if need be. Beyond that, just, you don't need accounts to watch YouTube, I know, but they might make it so in Australia. They might make it so you can't watch regular YouTube without an account. I think that that's kind of how the law is worded, but I haven't read it all the way through. It is, you know, long and legalese. So I did have an outlet. It was playing video games with my friends and role-playing and writing. Well, that's fine. I guess, like, yes, video games are technically illegal, but again, in this case, you could just do it. It's not illegal, like you're not going to jail for doing it. If during COVID your parents wanted to sign you in, like make an account for you to play video games online with your friends, they would have done so, and then you could have done it. There are ways around this. This is just an ability to give parents an option in whether or not they, like, want their kid on social media, which I don't think they should be, but it's not taking your choice away. It's just making it slightly more difficult and less accessible to minimize damage. I honestly think that if I didn't have, well, yeah, no, a lot of people are like that, Lord Fluffy. To be fair, I think that a lot of people, if we didn't have social media, but we had the internet, would have done better under COVID. But that's that's a hypothetical that you can't debate. But again, under COVID, I'm sure some of these things would have been suspended. I'm sure your parents would have helped you out. None of this, like, law is applied to you as a citizen. It's to the, like, corporation. So this is why I like to listen to libs. I learned that my assumptions are wrong. I'm not a lib, cat thrower. But, yeah, no, I am not against guns. And by the way, not there are a lot of libs, but I'm not a lib. I yell about libs all the time. I'm a socialist. I agree. Anyone committing sexual assault should no longer. Well, to be fair, right, Backgaz, if you're a woman in America and you are sexually assaulted and you are made pregnant and you don't want that baby, you're gonna go to prison. So you might as well, like, 2 for 1. You know what I mean? It's your legal right. An armed proletariat is a strong proletariat. Based. True? Correct. It is your right. I think all of you should buy a gun. If you live in America right now and you don't have a gun, go buy one. Learn how to use it, take some classes. Not because I think, like, militias are going to come knocking at your door, but I do think that times are going to get tough. The lean times, so to say. People are going to have trouble affording food. And what do people do when they're in financial stress? Well, they do crime, usually. And also drink and drugs, because that's how people deal with sadness and depression and financial stress. So have a gun. If you are prone to depression, don't buy a gun. Good choice, cat thrower. In that case, learn how to defend yourself, I guess. Go take, like, a karate class or something. You should definitely not just ignore everything and pretend that it's all going to be okay, but, you know, my dad, when I asked for a passport, no, that's too far. My dad, when I want a gun and know how to use it, sure. That's Republicans for you. I still can't believe they won't let you have a fucking gun. Yes, I forget. Mace, pepper spray, bear spray, those are illegal in America. Get those. If you don't want a gun, go buy that. Those are illegal in Australia, so I forget. Mace, pepper spray, bear spray. Yeah, that'll fuck someone up if they come into your house. And by the way, depending on what state you live in, if you're going to buy a gun, make sure you look into your state laws. Buy hollow point bullets. Hollow point bullets will expand when they hit a target, and this will reduce the chance of the bullet going through the person and then hitting someone else. So, but you're in some states you're not allowed to buy them. In some states you're not allowed to take them outside. So read your like state laws and act accordingly. But genuinely, I really do think like whether you like guns or not, it might be a good thing to own one now. Here in Britain, you can use force to defend yourself if someone, yeah, well, you know, that would make sense. But in Australia, for some fucking reason, you are not legally allowed to defend yourself. Someone hits me, I can't legally hit them back. Someone comes into my house, I cannot physically make them leave. If someone comes in my house and starts stealing shit and hits me, I can't hit them back. Now, I can, ish. Theoretically, they can sue me for physically removing them from my home in Australia. So that's kind of dumb. You can have guns here, but you cannot shoot at a home intruder. You can't have bear spray. You can't have pepper spray here. It's kind of fucked. Anyway. My dad is a Bernie bro, LMAO. I told you all, the Republicans love Bernie Sanders. Yes, but proportionate force is like very difficult to legally define. Cheeseburger Merv, and that's my issue here. And also, they'll lie about what's proportional. Oh, here, we have more about the education stuff. I don't think I saw this part of it.
Tuition costs at colleges and universities have been exploding, and I mean absolutely exploding, while academics have been obsessed with...
Before we get into this, for those of you that didn't see the education section I did before, part of the new policy is project-based work experience in classes and internships to prepare you for jobs in the future. And also political indoctrination, as has been said. You can go back and watch the earlier bit before as well. But yeah, have fun with your labor camps at school.
America's youth. The time has come to reclaim our once great educational institutions from the radical left, and we will do that. Our secret weapon will be the college accreditation system. It's called accreditation for a reason. The accreditors are supposed to ensure...
Yes and no. In a vacuum, absolutely. But no, because the Democratic establishment wouldn't have allowed her to. Like, Kamala Harris could have done better, but the establishment wouldn't allow her to. You can't. The Democrats would not budge. They haven't learned their lesson. We covered this earlier. They still haven't learned their lesson.
Sure that schools are...
Yeah, no, they don't care about that anymore.
Not ripping off students and taxpayers, but they have failed totally. When I return to the White House, I will fire the radical left accreditors that have allowed our colleges to become dominated by Marxist maniacs and lunatics. We will then accept applications for new accreditors who will impose real standards on colleges once again and once and for all.
As in, we're going to teach you religion as a primary, and we're going to limit your free speech. Yeah, literally. In fact, we'll see in a second when I scroll down, you'll see the next part. If you ever feel unsafe, don't worry about the legal protections of protecting yourself. Our courts are super logical. Trust. Well, good to know. I was told differently in like my state a couple times, but not that I never feel in danger anyway. Like, people don't fuck with me, and I live around like nice people. I talk to my neighbors, so...
These standards will include defending the American tradition and Western civilization, protecting free speech, eliminating wasteful administrative positions that drive up costs incredibly, removing all Marxist...
This is real. This was all filmed prior to the election. They just released all the little bits one by one again. They released them a couple weeks ago, too.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion bureaucrats, offering options for accelerated and low-cost degrees, providing meaningful job placement and career services, and implementing college entrance and exit exams to prove that students are actually learning and getting their money's worth. Furthermore, I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in
There are no schools that are engaged in racial discrimination. When they say racial discrimination, they just mean white people don't have more power and aren't like the favorite accepted. Like they're not number one always on top forever. That's racial discrimination.
Explicit.
It's DEI for white people. That's what they're doing.
Lawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies.
Right. So there's that. I'm just going to show you guys this one more time just because some of you weren't here for it.
10 key ideas that will power our movement for great schools. First, we will respect the right of parents to control the education of their children. Second, we will empower parents and local school board to hire and reward great principals and teachers, and also to fire the poor ones, the one whose performance is unsatisfactory.
As in like the fucking teachers that actually teach the keys.
They will be fired. Like on The Apprentice, you're fired. Third,
That's
we will...
like, come on. Like, this is like the most Trump thing ever, but this wasn't even funny. This was embarrassing.
They will be fired. Like on The Apprentice, you're fired. Third, we will ensure our classrooms are focused not on political indoctrination, but on teaching the knowledge and skills needed to succeed.
So that's step 3.
Reading, writing, math, science.
It's an official release.
Arithmetic, and other truly useful subjects. Fourth, we will teach students to love their country.
Step 3, we will not be teaching political indoctrination in schools. Step 4, we will be teaching political indoctrination in schools.
Not to hate their country like
they hate you. Back to back. They hate you. They think you're stupid and you're worthless. They don't even care. Literally back to back.
Right now. Fifth, we will support bringing back prayer to our schools.
It's not.
Sixth, we will achieve schools that are safe, secure, and drug-free, with immediate expulsion for any student who harms a teacher or another student. Seventh, we will give all parents the right to choose another school for their children if they want. It's called school choice.
No, because all those vouchers do, which were like literally, I was about to say it anyway, so good timing, Cat Thrower, is they take money out of the public school system and they give it to private schools. What's left after the end of the, like once the, like they tried these vouchers in Phoenix, Arizona, and you can look at a map of Phoenix, Arizona, you can look at the average household GDP, and then you can look at a map of the school vouchers and which areas of Phoenix were using the school vouchers, and you can put the maps on top of each other and they're the same fucking map. Only the rich people use the vouchers. All of the poor people stay in the public school system. All of the rich kids leaving the public school system, or not rich even, just middle class, because you only have to pay like 10% of the private school fees, move to the private school. Those, like that 90% tuition is money that would have gone to the public school system and now goes to a private school, leaving the public school less funded, and with like it just decreases the quality of the schools with every single kid that gets a voucher and then gets to go to a private school with the public money.
Eighth, we will ensure students have access to project-based learning experiences inside the classroom to help train them for meaningful work outside the classroom.
What do you think that means, guys? Project-based learning experiences inside the classroom to help them with work outside the classroom. That just kind of sounds like they're going to be doing labor. That sounds like they're going to teach you how to do a factory job or like sewing a shirt or something, tailoring. That's what project-based learning for jobs means to these people. The minds, the kids, they're just yearning for them.
Ninth, we will strive to give all students access to internships and work experiences that can set them on a path to their first job.
We're going to make you work in school, in class, and then we're going to make you get an unpaid job afterward as well.
They're going to be very, very successful. I want them to be more successful than Trump. Let them go out and be more successful. I will be the happiest person in the world. But we want our...
No, the education stuff isn't really for a lack of revolt. It's for the bourgeoisie. This is what, like, this is a financial gain for them.
Children to have a great life and be successful. And 10th, We will ensure that all schools provide excellent.
Drop a link to the video? Like, sure. The campaign released a fuckload of these, but hold on, let me find the actual, like, full one. There's a bunch being released again and again and again all over, Twitter. Musk keeps, like, posting some of them. I can see teaching someone in a poor neighborhood a trade like plumbing would be a good thing. Sure, but, you know, would you rather that person be in school, or would you rather the 15-year-old be working as a plumber unpaid? It's Christianity, Lord Fluffy Art. That's what. It's the fucking 10 Commandments. Have fun with that.
Excellent jobs in career counseling so that high school and college students can get a head start on jobs and careers best suited to their God-given talents. This is how we will ensure a great education for every American child. And one other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states. We want them to run the education.
So if you live in a red state, sorry, you're fucked. Because what if a teacher led a class in prayer to pray that Trump had a heart attack and dies? She would get sent to the camps. If every student has to have a copy of Trump's education book, he's going to be a millionaire. The guy's, like, already a billionaire, but, you know. I would literally rather kill myself. Cheeseburger Murph. I would rather stub my toe for eternity than vote for Jeff Bezos for the Dem candidate.
Education of our children, because they'll do a much better job of it. You can't do worse. We spend more money per pupil by 3 times than any other nation.
You know why? Because we waste it and spend it on dumb shit.
We're absolutely at the bottom. We're one of the worst. So you can't do worse. We're going to end education coming out of Washington, D.C. We're going to close it up. All those buildings all over the...
It's crazy that those economic vacuum red states are going to dictate where our money goes. Yup. Only billionaire I'm okay with for the Democratic Party is J.B. Pritzker. I'm not okay with any billionaire existing. Fuck billionaires. No one can ethically be a billionaire. No one should have $1 billion. Period. How do you become more successful than Donald Trump? You become bigger Hitler. I'm sorry. Being rich and successful is not good for you. It's not good for humanity. It's not good for anyone's mental health. Yours included. Being rich makes you insane and, like, miserable. Have you ever noticed how miserable these people are? And all of them are wealthy, and none of them are happy? There's a reason for that. Speaking of wealthy people that were, you know, that are no longer wealthy.
Day afternoon, InfoWars.
You got a few billion, and you're not, like, sending me a sub every now and again? How could you? Cheeseburger Merv, I thought you loved me. Putin can't be happy unless he takes over Eastern Europe. He will.
The equipment, Infowars.com, Infowarsstore.com, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
They're selling all their shit.
Is at a federal bankruptcy auction from the fake judgments and the rigged trials where I was found guilty beforehand, and they had literal show trials out of the Soviet Union or Nazi Germany.
Sure. Whatever you say,
I walked
Chief.
in here during the break after getting a glass of water, saw the auctioneers inside the building, going around surveying from the last time they were here to make sure all the stuff's here. Everything tagged, everything marked. This debt.
Well, what happened to him is he lied about the Sandy Hook school shooting and said that all of the kids were fake and that all the parents were actors. And then he got sued. And then he lost for more than $1 billion and went bankrupt. And now, bankruptcy. That's what you get for being a piece of shit. Oh, speaking of education, by the way, someone put this down right below that video. Higher education in Nazi Germany. After Adolf Hitler was appointed German Chancellor in January 1933, the new Nazi government began to an effort to completely reorder public and private life in Germany, the Nazis regime quickly targeted German universities, among the most elite in the world at the time, for restructuring according to Nazi principles. While the Nazi Ministry of Education initiated reforms, local Nazi organizations and the student activists worked to bring Nazi ideals to German campuses. These forces, along with the increasing anti-Semitism under Nazi rule, transformed everyday life at German universities. Throughout this period, students and faculty and staff made individual decisions that both upheld and opposed Nazi ideology. With the passage of the law for restoration of the professional civil service, most Jewish professors in Germany were dismissed from their positions. Do you think that this is not the road that we're currently on? I mean, look, they're going to change all of the principles, and they're going to change all of what they're teaching. They're going to indoctrinate children, and then they're going to remove the teachers that they don't like, teachers that are not doing a good job, as Donald Trump said. It's fucking 1-to-1. Miller is Goebbels, not Alex Jones. I'm skint and it ain't funny. With a few million, I could be miserable in style. I mean, I'd rather just not be miserable, guys. Is that not an option for you? Because I'm not wealthy. I'm not rich. But I am generally happy in my life. I mean, I'm sad for things that have happened, but my day-to-day, I don't feel depressed. I don't feel sad. I have been in the past, but, like, do you really need all that much to be happy? How about we just make you able to do that without you being miserable for profit media? Why are you guys all so black and white sometimes? You don't have to have one or the other. We can do both. I always thought an open internet would save us from this stuff. I did too. I've always been a proponent of internet free speech, net neutrality, but it's been, look at what's happened, guys. It's gonna be miserable for the next 4 years at least. But I'm not joking, guys. We're living in a scary fucking time, and if there's anything we can do, I want to do it. And if banning 16-year-olds from social media in one country might stop that country from also becoming like the United States, I support it. It's too late for America. It's too late. How do you do it without money? Change the system so you don't need money to survive. At the moment, you do, but we weren't talking about right now. We were talking about a hypothetical ideal. If we're talking about right now, you're fucked. You're all fucked. None of you will ever have enough money for anything anymore. I don't think you understand how bad the economic impact of this is. You should be stocking up on canned food right now. You should, watch the hour-long video I made of things you should do to prepare. Go, buy some food. Go buy, cans of beans. Go buy some rice. Go buy some pasta, eggs, flour. Learn how to cook several meals with it. You are not going to be able to afford to eat out because the food industry is going to collapse. Do you know how many restaurants are going to collapse? It's going to be worse than COVID. Can you give me any functioning examples of a system you have in mind? I've given you many. I'm not going to sit here and explain socialism to you from start to finish. You can listen along, but I've given many examples of what could work. It's just not viable anymore. It doesn't matter anymore because it's not viable. It's not going to happen. Right now, the idea is live through fascism, survive. That's the only message I really have for you on what you should be doing. On our side of the world, Cheeseburger Merv, I think you're fine. I think you can go to Japan, visit, here we still have a chance, but socialism in Australia is an even more difficult goal to complete than in America. So there's very minimal steps that we can take to try and protect ourselves and to protect the future. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a political algorithm that how advertisers target us. Oh yeah, absolutely, there is. Elon Musk also absolutely 100% uses that. Oh, but it never existed in history since the beginning of humanity? Well, it's never been implemented. I'm not sure, the ideas existed. Marx wrote about it. Has it ever been implemented? No. If you want to argue with me about socialism, now, like, I don't want to argue with you about socialism because we've had this conversation. You've had this conversation with Lenin, and it doesn't seem like you agree with it. So why are we arguing still? I don't want to debate you on the subject because you don't agree with it, and you're not going to agree with it. And you're wrong. Well, Cheeseburger Merv, maybe not in the Outback, eh? Isn't it kind of funny how half of the Latinos are Trump supporters and most Latin American countries are electing leftist leaders? It is funny, in fact. Leftist leaders are what will win, by the way. That's how we win. We need to lean further into the left. But Democrats haven't learned their lesson. And it's okay with all those Latino Trump supporters. They're all getting deported anyway. You're not morally or ethically wrong to enjoy the feeling of watching them suffer the consequences of their own actions. No, but you ask about this regularly, and that's why it feels like you want to debate on the subject. I give you the answer, but you want me to go into like a deep dive into my beliefs on socialism, and I'm not up for that right now. Like, we're talking about other things. And to be honest, like that requires prep, you know? I haven't read Marx in years. I know like what I believe, I know what I say, but to explain a system to you as not an economist requires me to like sit there and like remember what I've learned over the years to put the systems in place where they belong. It's not that I can't do it. It's not that I haven't done it. It's just that it's been a while. And I don't really feel like putting all that effort into that right now because it's not relevant. We like that's a dream for a future is what I mean. You know what I mean? Please do this. Maybe getting deported to Mexico maybe might not be such a bad thing. Is this Mexico's president? Yeah, I know who she is. The thing is, they're not deporting them to Mexico. You know, they're deporting them where they go, and that's if they manage to deport them, because as we've already established, deportation is expensive. Hold on, let me see if I can find a clip that actually is talking about how expensive this is. There we go.
Joining us now, MSNBC political analyst and former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Julian Castro, and Maura Gillespie, who was an advisor to former House Speaker John Boehner. Julian, Trump's border pick on the border czar issue, Tom Homan, was on Fox this morning. He was also recently on 60 Minutes being interviewed by Cecilia Vega, talking about what this deportation effort could look like. Take a listen to this.
Yes, Sweden is not socialist. Read the Wikipedia article I just linked to you. That's my ideology. You can ask me questions on it if you want, but like read the Wikipedia article. I hope the Republican Party splits. They have control. They're not going to split. They're consolidated.
I've seen these Democratic
no
governors
Republican is going to see what happens here and then change. None of them. Not a single one.
And in the way they're going to make it hard for us. Well, a suggestion: if you're not going to help us, get the hell out of the way if we're going to do it. So if we can't get assistance from New York City, and we may have to double the number of agents we send to New York City because we're going to do the job.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
I said to debate in Discord. I didn't say I wanted to debate in Discord. I don't have the time, man. Like, you realize that we're in a very condensed period of time where there's a lot happening and there's a very high chance of danger coming soon. And I am much more focused on things that I consider, I don't know, important than talking about socialism right now with you and defining it. Right now, my worry is that we don't have anything, let alone the ability to advocate for socialism right now is the least of my concerns. I just don't want people to die.
Of course there's. Families can be deported together.
Yeah, the Labour Party in the UK is fucked back, Gaz, but you're honestly, I think you guys are still better off with the Labour Party than you were under the Tories, but they're not much better. I've been saying for a long time that the Labour Party in the UK is almost indistinguishable from the Tories at this point. Well, Lord Fluffy Art, I hope you end up being okay. Who knows? I'm sorry, I don't have much else to tell you. Try your best to mentally prepare yourself. And if your parents don't want to prepare, I hope that they have enough money to get you through it, or they have a good job, or maybe that you guys are in a tax bracket that you'll benefit from the tax cuts. I hope.
Julian, how do you see this, and realistically, how much of this do you think
other
could
things you
actually
can
be
do.
carried out?
Sorry, I meant to mention, there are other things you can do. You don't need to like only prepare financially. Go watch the hour-long video I made about what you should be expecting and things you can do.
Well, so, I mean, this is a guy who was the architect of family separation, the former acting ICE director. This time he comes back with even more experience in these years to gather more cruel ideas. And also, I think, more of a green light from Donald Trump and less people around him who are there to stop the worst impulses that he and Donald Trump have. And also, let's add people like Stephen Miller.
Miller is like in charge of domestic policy. I'm telling you right now.
This is a very experienced crew. You can tell there, even from the sound bites, I said, this is a guy with a cowboy attitude that constantly dehumanizes people who are simply seeking a better life in the United States. And it's particularly disturbing that he does that with children, you know, who are not making a decision about whether to come here or not. Now,
because they hate you.
It is going to be more possible for them to get things done, I think, in this administration, at least at the outset. They have said that from the beginning, they're going to try and...
Oh, lovely. The Republicans won the House officially. So they officially now hold all three houses of government. We're 209 to 218 with Republicans in the House. Love that.
And initiate the largest deportation effort. They have a Supreme Court that is more willing, I think, to go along with administrative actions on their part. And so it's going to require a lot of pushback. And at the same time...
I don't think so.
There's a danger in the American population that there's fatigue from resisting and pushing back. So these first couple of weeks, I think, are going to be crucial to see whether there's going to be that sufficient pushback and will to stop what would be a very cruel exercise in federal policy. And I think...
Wait till we get to the section where they start talking about how much this shit costs.
Ultimately decimate the American economy.
They'll remove the filibuster, cat thrower. They'll just remove the filibuster.
Carried out.
And more, I mean, there's also the reality, the political reality that with the election of Donald Trump, a significant number of voters supported what Trump was promising. I mean, this deportation plan was among Trump's main...
I want fucking numbers. Give me numbers.
Today, leaders who succeeded in beating back some of
cool. There's some like graphics in here, so I assume that there's some numbers involved.
Donald Trump's most controversial first-term plans are warning that round two is now here. As Trump takes his first post-election steps on immigration, elevating hardliners while plotting raids, camps, and...
To start learning Temu on Duolingo. Is Temu a language? I thought Temu was just like an app. But also, like, it's not about the fact that we ended up this way is plain and simple Joe Biden's fault, Democrats' fault, liberals' fault. Liberalism is what failed us. Again, I'm not gonna stop showing you guys the map of the fucking donors for Bernie Sanders in 2020, and just in this stream alone. How many times? How many people have talked about, just, what was it? You, Lord Fluffy Art, about your father being, like, totally okay to vote for, Bernie Sanders. Hold on, I want the map. I closed it. Here we go. There you go. This is what would have won. Economic populism. Fucking sweep the country. We could have had this in 2016. We could have had this in 2020. In fact, we're worse off now than like any of the alternatives. If Trump won in 2016 and then Trump won again in 2020, we would be less fucked than we are now. Less fucked than we are now. Because they didn't have all these Nazi plans ready in 2020. It would have just been a continuation of the same barely coherent, barely capable Trump administration. And now they had 4 years in between to have a literal fucking evil master plan, like supervillains, created. And now they have people in there that are actually coherent and competent in how they're going to, you know, destroy the country. Joe Biden's fault.
And mass deportations. Today, NBC News learning that Stephen Miller, the architect of the notorious family separation policy, is expected to be named Trump's
give me the
They're gonna
goddamn
fight.
cost. You're not gonna do shit. Sorry, Dem states. Like you can hold out for maybe a little bit. Deportation plan cost. Ah, hey, this one. And Trump would have been the incumbent party and probably be thrown out of the party by someone else. Yeah, no, if we had lost in 2020, it would have been better for us now.
Spoke exclusively with the president-elect on the phone, and you asked him about his calls with President Biden, Vice President Harris. How did those conversations go? What should we know?
Well, Zinkley and Kate, first of all, former President Trump, President-elect Trump, saying he believes he has a mandate in the wake of his decisive victory. Here's what he said. He said, quote, "It's a mandate to bring common sense back to the country." As you just said, I did ask him about his phone calls with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. He described them as very nice calls, very respectful both ways. He said that when he spoke with the vice president, she talked about a transition. She'd like to see
there will never be another impeachment.
Be smooth as can.
And honestly, even if we wanted to, there's not enough Democrats in government that can manage it.
And I agree with that, he said, 100%. He said it was a very, very friendly call. He said his call with President Biden.
We should have just put him in prison after January 6th. We should put all of them in prison after January 6th. And we didn't.
Echoed
was the burning of the Reichstag.
That call with the vice president, and he said that the two are planning to have lunch in the near future. So just some.
You know how January 6th should have ended? It should have ended with the U.S. military just closing off every possible exit for every insurrectioner. Helicopters around everywhere. Arrest every single person that was there and put them in prison. That's how it should have ended. And yes, they don't give a fuck about the working class. None of them do. None of them do. They all work for the bourgeoisie. It's just now the bourgeoisie is the government, unfortunately. We don't have a government run by politicians anymore. It's the rich people that own the government.
Notable details as he prepares for this transition.
And yeah, goddamn, the man's tall.
I asked him what he wants to do with that mandate. I said, look, you've been talking about immigration. You've been talking about your tariff plan. And he really highlighted the need to make the border safe and secure, indicated that would be among the first orders of business that he would tackle. And I asked him, well, what is the price tag to this mass deportation plan that you have talked about? What specifically would it look like? How would it work? And he said there is no price tag. You have no choice. So that was another really notable
it's a really nice
part
way
of our
to put
conversation. This was a brief conversation, lasted about 15 minutes. He notably said he's spoken to about 70 world leaders. I said 70? He said, yeah, about 70, including President Zelensky. He said he hasn't yet.
Donald Trump Jr. wishing he was barren.
Spoken with President Putin, but anticipates that he will do so. Of course, he's talked about wanting to end that war within 24 hours. A lot of people hear that and say, well, that would mean that Zelensky, Ukraine, would have to give up some territory. He has been quite defiant, though. He believes he can get that done. So we'll continue to track that. But a really notable conversation with the new president-elect.
Well, and Kristen, you've spoken with the president-elect many times over the years, on camera, off camera. How did he sound to you today compared to previous interviews? Can you give us a vibe check?
It's a great question, Kate. He sounded quite bullish in the wake of his decisive victory. He talked about the fact that there has been what some are calling a realignment, the fact that you did see as even some women who came out in larger numbers than you would anticipate. And so it was a really notable conversation.
Which image? I need you to show me. Because I have a couple funny images of Elon Musk myself. Have you seen the one from like the side, the perfect side photo, where he looks like He's not even, he doesn't even look pregnant. It's wild. Hold on, let me find it. This one, here we go. Man's just built like this. The fuck? Who looks like that? Whose body is shaped like this? It's weird. Yeah, no, it genuinely, it looks like there is a buildup of fluid. You're not wrong. That's what it looks like. Wouldn't that be a miracle? Right now, we are effectively an authoritarian country with absolute immunity. The fact that nobody yet uses absolute power does not change the fact that it's a matter of time before someone does. Correct and very true. By the way, guys, I know most of you watch me on Twitch, but... Oh, what the hell? Why is Nightbot not working now? God damn it. I gotta fix Nightbot. Good to know. Hold on. Maybe it'll work now. Tried to sign into it again. It fucked up. Oh, god damn it. Whatever. Like the stream on YouTube, please, guys. It really does help because most people watch me on Twitch, but I do also stream on YouTube. Thanks. I have Discord shut because it doesn't. My computer doesn't like having it open while I stream, so I'll have a look at it after. But yeah, please like the stream on YouTube. It definitely helps out in getting more people to see it there. Man, we are so not in a good place. Best plan for Democrats now is to get a candidate team up with... Bernie's too old, and like maybe you can tutor them, but the Dems won't do it. The Dems won't do it. I don't have faith in them right now. I think at the moment we maybe just need to wait. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, I know I know the one. I think we just need to wait until things get a little bit bad first, and maybe then you'll have the chance of like convincing the Dem establishment. But like, fuck, guys, they're not working for, they don't care about us, and there's no real like third party that you can vote for. There's no chance of making a difference this way. The only real way, again, as it's always been, to make a difference is for you to enter politics, run in the Democrat Party, hell, run in the Republican Party, and change the party from the bottom up. That's really our only chance of making any kind of positive change right now. It is the chance that will least and likely end up with you being in danger because, you know, you're in government. Do you think working class people prefer to remain working class, or some may rather be rich? I think most working class people think that they are closer to rich people than they are to poor people. And that has an effect. I think the average middle class thinks of themselves as like a temporary millionaire, whereas they will probably never ever be a millionaire. There's definitely a perspective problem on that. And again, that goes into a lot of media. Our societal problems are, I mean, as has historically been the case, often products of our media environment. And our media environment also influences our political rhetoric environment. And all of these things are connected together. Things are looking tough right now, but like, make the changes, enter government, prepare if you're able to for the hard times. Like I said, stock up on canned food, try and quit smoking, drinking, vaping. I'm quitting vaping right now. I'm taking my own advice. I am struggling with it. I have a nicotine patch on, but it will help you a lot. And also, you're not going to have health care. So, you know, you want to take care of yourself. You want to be healthy because you're not going to have health care. Geez, is it really that high in America? What did they spend it all on? Jesus. I grew up to 2 factory workers, worked my ass off in school, and became a millionaire. Was lucky to get some scholarships so I get some help. Good for you. Good for you guys. The ones that have managed to succeed. You're probably better off. Cat thrower, you're probably fine because you're going to get the tax cuts if you're a millionaire. The tax cuts will benefit you directly. You won't like notice the effects of the tariffs as much, although you still will. Hopefully you're like, most of us will be fine. It's just we're going to struggle. Things are going to get hard. But we, like, everyone everywhere in the world has experienced this at some point. There are people alive. There are people who live in like Serbic, like tundra Russia, who have nothing but can find happiness in their lives. We can do this. Don't feel doomed. Just because the country's falling apart does not mean, A, that we can't put it back together again. We can. We do this literally every time a Republican ends up being president anyway. They tear apart the country and we build it back up. Lord Fluffy Art, maybe, yeah. I'm not sure that's high enough to get the tax cut threshold, but you'll probably be okay. I think you might have to cut some, like, your family rather will have to cut some spending on certain things, but overall you'll probably be fine. It's the people who make like a household income of less than $100,000 a year that are really going to struggle, and your household income will probably go down from 210,000 to probably closer to like 160, 150. That's just a guess, by the way, like don't quote me on that, but like it's fucked, guys. Remember how all the like the unions that supported Trump and how all of them are mad now because they released their plans on literally dismantling unions, and unions are dead. Unions in America are dead. There's no more. None of them. You're in a union? No, you're not. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not yet, of course, but... Oh, and by the way, this is the guy in charge of our healthcare. This guy.
We need to talk about bioweapons. The level, I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5
I hard disagree with you, Batgaz. I'm not getting into that argument, but Reagan is the beginning of the end for the United States. Reagan is the like first domino that led us to this exact point.
years, and you know the technology that we now have to develop these microbes, we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same thing.
Ethnically targeted microbes.
COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted.
So, you know, COVID's ethnically targeted. Ridiculous. Kamala had good economic plans, and she did talk about them. Not very much, but she did talk about them, and she did release them. Her whole campaign was just Trump the whole time, though. I complained very, 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 very much about Kamala Harris in the beginning of the stream. I talked about why this happened and why we will never, ever win an election again as Democrats unless we change the things that need to change. Again, if you haven't seen the very beginning of stream, I highly recommend you watch it again. Like, it is... Joe Biden is forever the worst president in American history. He's worse than Trump, in my opinion, because of... My God, I'm so angry. I don't want to go on the rant again. I did like an hour of it, so again, just watch the first half. I'm going to try and maybe cut some of this into a video. I'm having a really hard time because I stream more often now to, like, after the fact, sit there and I have to watch myself talk and then cut it into videos. So if any of you want to, like, timestamp a segment or something for me, that might be helpful, but otherwise slowly trying to get there. But yeah, Reagan was a drug. He felt good at the time, and now we're experiencing the negative effects. I agree entirely. It was short-term gains for long-term losses. That's generally how Republican and conservative economic policy works. It's short-term gain with long-term, like, negative repercussions. Every time. Every time. I just want good things, you know? What? The fuck?
Tonight with the passenger jet hit by gunfire as it was trying to land the terrifying flight from Fort Lauderdale to Haiti with Americans on board. A Spirit airline passenger jet hit several times as it approached the airport in Port-au-Prince. At just 550 feet above the ground, the pilot quickly...
Haitians being like, fuck you Americans, we don't want you in our country, get the fuck back where you came from. Which is, kind of based. He made economy numbers go burr, but fucked us on the long run. Yeah, true. True. Alright. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I think that's it for today. I will be back on tomorrow, same time as usual. back to our regular scheduled programming for the week. And also agree for Profit Media, as usual. It is the media who is complicit and fucked. Good night to all of you. Have a good day to the rest of y'all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and I'm gonna paraphrase that redneck, which was yeehaw, fuck the law, and I'll see you down the line. I'm never gonna get over that. Yeehaw.